In this video, I'm going to be looking at the 3, possibly 4 phases that you might have as you go through this whole Mercury retrograde process. In the first part of the video, I'm really explaining the sort of energies that are going on with the different phases of this retrograde. From the moment he goes retrograde, he's already gone retrograde. I'm recording this a couple of days after the beginning of the retrograde. But that first phase, as we're going into that feeling of possible confusion and connecting back into our emotions a bit more, to the next phase where we might be a lot more shocked and surprised and challenged in our belief systems, and then into a place of acceptance and courage and coming forward. So I'm going to be going through all the phases, and the last one is coming out of the shadow, as we're integrating patterns and moving forwards. So if you are interested in how this journey might play out in your life, then stick with me, stick with this video, and I will walk you through it step by step. One of the things that I do want to start with before, I go sort of super deep into anything, and that is just to get a feel for who Mercury is. So Mercury, also known as Hermes, he's best known as being the planet to do with communication, with expression, i.e. talking. He's known for being quick thinking, so people talk about Mercury almost to the exclusion of anything else. It's about your mind, it's about your thinking. But Mercury is also a patron saint of travelers. Mercury helps people move from A to B. And if you think of his name, Mercury, also known as Hermes, if you think about it, is a big delivery system. It is a massive A to B kind of business. Mercury is known as a messenger between the humans and the gods. So you can get some very, very deep stuff when he's going retrograde, really deep stuff. And there's something really quite, otherworldly. Like he goes into different realms, and he goes at some speed. People, when Mercury is going direct, people tend to be a lot more rational. When he goes retrograde, we get, it's almost like we're brought into a different side of our brain, a different way of processing. We go deeper into the intuition. And yeah, there are some massive gifts there. So please do see this video as an opportunity for you to see the gifts of this, and not just the very much parodied bad sides. And yeah, things do go amiss and things do go awry, and we can be aware of that, and we can take a little bit more care to make sure, we don't come a cropper, when we're going into meetings and things like that. I think beyond the message of Mercury, let's have a look at how we can use this energy to create the best kind of disruption pattern that we need right now to motivate us to move forwards with grace, with enthusiasm, and with a sense of purpose. So that's what I'm here to work on today. Let's get started. I'm going to take you to the video and then onto the forecast thereafter. And I really want to, first off, just ask, how are you feeling? These times, I think, when Mercury goes retrograde, far from it being a time of doom and gloom that lots of people talk about, I think it can be a time when we can really liberate ourselves in terms of what we believe, what we know to be true, and how we might communicate our beliefs. I also think it's a really great time for people who really sell who they are as a person, as a consultant, maybe as a creative, a musician, a writer, presenter, actor, a shopkeeper. Anyone that is marketing something and selling it on can have these most amazing insights during a Mercury retrograde. So I actually see it more as a gift rather than a hindrance. But anyway, let's have a good look. So what am I looking at here? So what I've just brought up, first of all, is the idea that of the sort of core bits of information that you need to know. So it went retrograde on the 5th of August. All the times I write down here, by the way, are based on a UK, like London, Lisbon, Portugal time zone. I'm at the midpoint of all the time zones. So everything I say here is on those dates. It might vary slightly according to where you are in the world. But yeah, Mercury went retrograde a couple of days ago at 4 degrees 6 in the sign of Virgo. Now, on the 15th, so in 10 days' time, 8 days time from now, he's going to go back into the sign of Leo. So this is one of these interesting ones. I mean, all the retrogrades this year are fire sign retrogrades. Although this one starts in the sign of Virgo, it does back into Leo. So again, you know, all fire signs are really represented by Mercury. So that will come into this a little bit. So he's going to be doing a lot of his work in Leo. And, you know, when we think about what Mercury in Leo means, and how it affects us, how it's motivated us, how we've more fully expressed ourselves, maybe, we'll get a clue as to what this retrograde is bringing to us. Towards the end of it, on the 29th of August, Mercury is going direct, and it will be going direct at 21 degrees in the sign of Virgo. Now, if you've been a follower of this channel for a while, you'll see I've done a couple of videos with amazing Linda Hill, who created the Sabian symbols, wrote a really lovely book, with a tagline, 360 degrees of wisdom. I love that. I think that's such a beautiful phrase. And she's got this amazing website called www.sabiansymbols.com, where you can go and look up symbols. So later on in this forecast, I am going to look at the starting place of Mercury retrograde and also where it goes direct. And I'm also going to look at the Sabian symbol for when Mercury goes into a Cazimi, which Mercury is having a Cazimi during this retrograde process. So it makes it a little bit more interesting. You know, this is a thumbnail actually from a video that I recorded earlier this year, where I looked at all 6 Cazimis throughout the course of the year as almost like points of genius. You know, like where are you going to have these genius moments from, these sudden realizations, and plotted them around the chart wheel, and gave forecasts for all 12 signs. So you could even be following your trail of genius this year. You might want to go back there if that's of interest. Now, whenever Mercury goes retrograde, so I don't know how to demonstrate it with pens, but it's a little bit like, there we go. You're driving down the street and you get to a point and you think, oh, I've gone the wrong way. And so you reverse. And then all of a sudden you realize, no, you were on the right track after all. And so you start moving forwards again until you get to the point where you started to reverse. Even though you're going forwards, you're still in the shadow of the reversal shadow. When you go beyond the point where you started reversing from, that's when you're really, really cooking on gas again. That's when you're really going forwards. Because like you haven't really gone forwards until you get past that point, because you had already reached that point before. And so with Mercury retrogrades, it starts at 4 degrees Virgo, goes backwards into Leo. At 21 degrees Leo, he's going forwards. And so everyone's like, yay, Mercury's direct again. Life is good. And yet he still hasn't got past that starting point. When he gets past that starting point, that's when a lot of astrologers consider that he's out of the shadow. You know, he really is working on new patterns, bringing new insights and things like that from a whole new perspective. So it's like, I always look when I'm looking at retrogrades, I'm always looking for when they come out of the shadow, because I think that's when a lot of the true meaning comes out, the significance of it. Right, let's move on. Now, what I've done here is list all the movements and aspects, and I have to say it's like there's like so much. So I've highlighted that, you know, those points I just mentioned, you know, the turning points. So he's going retrograde, he goes into Leo, he goes direct, comes out the shadow. But I wanted to look at the story of Mercury going retrograde. And so I've also listed all the aspects that Mercury is making, so that we could have a look at the changes that Mercury is going through whilst he's going backwards. And I'm going to skip through it and tell it like a story, like read it out. So hopefully it'll be helpful. And I also just have put this in as a handy little signpost of the Mercury journey, in terms of on the 19th, we've got the Cazimi, where Mercury is exactly in the heart of the sun, like really in the heart of the sun. And the sun is emphasizing all of Mercury's great points. He's like, the sun is lifting Mercury up to be seen and to be experienced, almost like crowning him. As Mercury is coming closer and closer to the sun retrograde and then moving forwards from the sun, initially when it goes into this like light aqua, Mercury is slightly obscured by the sun's presence. You know, you can't really get a clear understanding of Mercury. And then in this pink zone here, and this aqua zone is called under the beams. And in this pink zone here, Mercury is known as being combust. You know, he's so close to the sun's like burning him up. You know, he's outrageously overlooked by the sun. The sun is the center of attention. And, you know, he is hidden by the sun. And then, you know, all of a sudden he's right at the heart of the sun. The sun's like, hey, when did you arrive? I didn't see you. Lifts him up. Everyone says, oh, hi, Mercury. Wow, aren't you looking dazzling today? And then sure enough, you know, it fades away and the sun kind of takes center stage again. And so this is really to show when Mercury's weakened and as he gets stronger. So during this time, Mercury is really quite weak, you know, so he's not quite as eloquent as possible, you know, as usual. He's not quite as I'm just checking I'm recording. Mercury's retrograde, and I have done that before. Sorry, let me flick back to my other screen. Okay, so it's good to double check, right? So he's weakened during this retrograde. That's worth noting. So his ability to be quite rational and to see information as black and white is not so strong, I would say, during this time. But anyway, let's put in some of the story. Let's flesh it out. So Mercury going retrograde, I always think it signals it's a time to think differently. There's something for us to learn. So it's time to think differently. First thing, and he's already done this, he's made, or the moon has made a conjunction with Mercury, also in the sign of Virgo. And really it's time to talk differently. You know, the moon really brings in the elements of feelings. And so it's feeling and talking. And so it's a time to really talk about things. Oddly enough, you know, I think Mercury retrograde is a great time to have some kind of therapeutic exploration of all of your patterns. You know, I think it's a great time to enter into therapy. And last night I actually had a session with a really, really gifted TCM person, like traditional Chinese medicine. And it was really quite unusual for me because during these things, I'm often quite quiet. And all of a sudden I found my voice and I was talking really openly and blubbing, like crying and all sorts. And it's like the moon and Mercury coming together. The moon is our emotions, our feelings, our vulnerability, our ability to touch into what is really real for us in that moment and to talk it out. And they were all past events I was talking about, you know, and which is very much retrograde. You're looking back over your shoulder. You're really considering things. So yeah, I can, you know, put my hand on my heart and say, yeah, that's true. So yeah, time to think differently, time to talk differently. And then coming up, Venus is going into a conjunction with Mercury. It's time to connect in with your feelings and also the sensations, you know, like I always think Venus is people talk about Venus in terms of, oh, you know, she's about your feelings in terms of your relationships. So maybe relate differently and think about how we relate in a different way. But Venus is also about the senses. So we might be using our senses in a new way. You know, Venus and Mercury, we might be talking about our senses. We might be in a much more sensory way of thinking. You know, you might be communicating everything through sensory observation, you know, not just observation, because that's talking about the eyes, but you might be noticing that all of your senses talk to you. It's not just, you know, the communication you have with people, what you're listening to and what you're sharing. There's so much more communication out there. So I see this as a really sensuous vibration, you know, this opportunity for us to learn information through our senses. And this is the big one that I think is worth paying attention to. And this is just before Mercury goes combust. You know, this might be challenging. So yeah, we're thinking differently, connecting in with our feelings and talking differently, and maybe picking things up with our senses. And it's challenging because we're getting new information and new realizations, especially if you're letting your body, that's what I was doing last night. It was letting my body talk. You know, my practitioner, Monica, who's amazing, she was listening to my body, and my body was definitely talking to her. I wasn't involved almost, although I did blub and chat and stuff, but my body was also communicating, and that's the thing. Our bodies need to be part of our process. Excuse me. Or our bodies can be part of our process. Often our personality drives the car that we drive through life. And of course, the car is our body. Our personalities are such that we push our bodies to their limits. We try and bend time, fitting in more things. And, we do so much, and we never really pay attention to the body and what the body needs. So this might be challenging. It certainly was for me, and probably will continue to be. So, this is Sagittarius and Virgo that are interacting. And of course, Sagittarius is, and I am a Sagittarius. Sagittarius does have a tendency to be quite judgmental at times, because we're searching for the truth. We want to know what's true, and we want to feel quite free to think what we want. And so we can be a little bit belligerent and also a bit arrogant at times, because we think we know what we're talking about because we're looking for the truth. And, so we really get on a strong way of thinking. And of course, Virgos really like to analyze data. And so there is this, like the moon in Sagittarius is on a quest for the truth, and Mercury is really still wanting to analyze the data. And yet there is this, maybe a feeling that maybe the data we're analyzing might not be as correct as usual. Remember, Mercury is about to go into a combust state. He's not going to be able to function quite as rationally as possible. And then the moon in Sagittarius is questing for freedom. And, the moon in Sagittarius is actually quite quite rebellious, I would say. So there is this sort of internal rebellion that might be going on, where, what you're feeling doesn't actually back up what you're researching or what you're learning through all different mediums of information. So this could be really challenging. And then we're looking back, as you look back to where you were just like a week ago or 2 weeks ago, when Mercury was fully in the sign of Leo, you might have been quite well expressed. Mercury in the sign of Leo, we often feel quite proud about our beliefs. And we do want to actually bore people with them. The sign of Leo is absolutely about being heard and being seen and being center. If you think of I'm not saying people with Mercury and Leo are boring, by the way. I'm absolutely not saying that. They can be really good storytellers, and really fun too. But the sign of Leo is kind of proud of itself. And so, as you look back at where you were, you might actually realize, oh, crikey, I was quite strident then. Wow, now I'm uncertain. Isn't that funny how in state of a couple of weeks, I can actually be doubting some of the things I was really certain of. And, as you look back, and you might also remember, it seemed a bit clearer, it seemed a bit easier, Mercury's trine Mercury, Moon's trine Mercury. So you might think, actually, it felt a bit easier when I was really sure of what I was believing. You get shocking insights. And so all of this is leading up to, it's kind of telling a story of how, as you look back and realize how you've just changed in the space of a couple of weeks, that there is something quite shocking about that. And that is occurring just as Uranus makes a square to Mercury. So Uranus is the higher mind, Mercury the lower mind, or the current present mind. If you think of all the communication abilities that we have with Mercury, Uranus is a higher harmonic of that. It's also channeled. It's also telepathic. It's also connected into all other aspects of what we know. And so, I believe this is possible because I've had experiences of it, where I've felt it really, really strongly. And things like the Heart Math Institute have made studies where energy shifts when all of a sudden big news happens. So there's lots of different experiments that they do, which shows that there is some kind of organizing consciousness and that people can tune into it. I've also read books. There was this lovely one, The Secret Life of Plants. I think that's what it was called. And if I'm not mistaken, the first, I'm talking about an original one, that I read when I was in my teens, about these experiments where plants were turned into lie detectors and used by the CIA and MI6 and stuff to find the truth, because plants know they are connected into consciousness and they will react to certain stimulus. So, this whole idea of Uranus and Mercury in a square, it's shocking. It's shocking about what we perceive and then what we know. And I think, for people who really find it easy to channel, I think they're going to absolutely tune into the collective and double check. Now, they might not be consciously doing it, but they might think to themselves, that's weird that I would have that conflict. Isn't that weird? And then all of a sudden, there's this insight of what everyone else is thinking. And you get this kind of shocking insight that, oh, wow, there is some, it's almost like a juxtaposition of what's going on, and also connecting into the collective en masse. So this is huge. And around the 18th and 19th, it's particularly jippy in terms of its energy. I spoke about this in the August forecast. On the day of the 19th, which is also the day when the sun is in an exact Cazimi, the moon, Mercury is in a Cazimi. It's also the day when there's two very tight, perfect T-squares going on, involving the sun, Mercury, moon, and Uranus, and also involving Jupiter, Saturn, and Venus. So we've got 7 planets involved. So, this is massive, 7 planets all in spiky aspects with each other on the day of a full moon, in particular with Uranus in a square to Mercury, whilst Mercury's retrograde. It's a big day. So I think there's likely to be things happening around the world, or things that come into our consciousness that surprise and shock us. And it's also signaling to us. And again, you might get this sense in the collective. It's funny, my husband and I often, we obviously both work from home. We both broadcast about different things. But it's so funny because our conversations in the morning, I'll be saying, I'm thinking about such and such, and he's thinking about a really similar subject and weaving it into what he's talking about. There are themes that are coming up. How do we get these themes? Where are they coming from? We don't sit in front of a TV all day. However, we do interact with people when we go out and about. We do notice a few things on social media, but there is this energy that we can all connect into. And it's funny, in client work, when I hear clients, I will have, very similar themes coming up at the same time between clients who don't know each other, have never spoken to each other, and never spoken to me before. But there will be similar threads. And I think around the 18th and 19th, a lot of threads are coming up. A lot of similar threads are coming up for people. And I think they're likely to shock us and also help us leap forwards. Because, when you think about all the bravest leaps you've taken in your life, that, I can't speak for yours or how they've occurred, but I know for me, when I've made a great leap forwards, and I am somebody who likes to chop and change a fair bit, each of my great leaps forward has come from a change in my consciousness. It's come from a realization, maybe an acceptance, maybe a surrender, where I get to the end of one line and I think, okay, it's time to change. It's time to hop this way, or, so you're doing a bit of a dance. And I think we are all doing a dance right now. So there are insights for us to leap forwards or leap to the side and just consider things from a different perspective. Now, this is obviously a power day, this sun conjunct Mercury, and it could be quite scary if you're thinking, oh, there's two sets of T-squares and a full moon. And Louisa said Mercury's square Uranus. Oh my goodness, it's a terrible day. I actually think these strong days are also very helpful. They're not just because they look full of tensions, and I do believe they are full of tensions. You don't have to pick up on the tensions necessarily. Also, when you've had these great leaps forward, has the tension been detrimental, or has it also been exciting? Has it also been motivating? Has it also been courageous? These are also times when we can come into our senses and come into the strength of who we are. It's not all doom and gloom. And one of the things that I think about this is whenever we alter our perspective and sidestep or step forwards or step back to consider things before moving forwards, all of these little perceptual changes are giving us material and giving us a potential to change and grow and evolve and work something out that has held us back. Because actually, I always think that, again, I'm talking personally, whenever I've come to the end of a line or needed to change tack, change direction somewhat, it is because of something I've been holding on to. There has been a pattern, a persistent pattern, possibly, a hurt, a pain, a wound, a trauma that I've held on to, and it becomes too big. And you have to release certain things or move beyond them or work through them somehow. So, it's interesting that after this leap forwards, or this idea that we can move forwards, because we might be shocked or because we might be inspired, I do think the 19th can be a really inspiring day. We then have Chiron in a trine to Mercury, which offers us healing. But it's not just like a healing opportunity. This is us being able to really hear ourselves and hear our body, hear our trauma, hear our inner child, hear whatever we need to hear to be able to heal. I like the fact that hear and healing, like they've got the first three letters. I know that doesn't mean anything necessarily, but I recognize there's a similarity. Last night, when my body was talking really openly, it felt heard. And sometimes just being heard is enough to create that feeling of healing. And I really hope wherever you are in your life, you feel heard, you feel listened to, that you feel represented in some way. And I hope that the work that I do on my channel helps you to feel more heard or to feel more seen, even though, I don't know who you are. And you probably have ideas as to who I am. But I think we all need to be heard at some level. And I hope we all feel felt and understood. So I think this Chiron trine Mercury could be really, really helpful. And then, the moon in a conjunction with Mercury, we had this earlier, where I said it's time to talk differently. I think now, you're able to get it off your chest a bit more because you've been through a process, you've experienced some things. And then we're coming into a bit more power. Mars is in a sextile to Mercury. Okay, Mercury's still retrograde, but whilst he's going through this process and realizing there's changes to be made, he's coming back into contact with Mars. He's coming back into his power. He's coming back to connect into his strength, his courage, his sense of certainty, and feels more secure, feels firmer. And then as Mercury goes direct, we're starting over again. It's like we've made a new decision. And, as we really come out of this shadow, that's not until the 12th of September, by the way. But, from the end of August to the first 2 weeks in September, we are getting more congruent in that mindset. So, I actually think this is a time where we are considering our position right now. And we're taking the time, or it's happening anyway. Life is happening around us. And what we're observing, we cannot ignore what we are seeing and experiencing right now. We are needing to participate in some way. Now, when I say participate in some way, I don't want to necessarily say it's all about politics or all about, riots going on wherever you are in the world, or there's a lot of crappy news wherever you go. There's also lots of great things happening on Earth as well. But like everything that comes up in our life, all the things we're noticing, all the different conversations we're having are creating this sense of change, this sense of new possibility. And that's what I think this Mercury going retrograde and then going forwards is all about. And if you think Virgo is quite analytical and wanting things to be helpful, healing, they want things to be clean and hygienic. Definitely, I think hygiene is a real sort of Virgo theme, getting things fit for purpose. And sometimes, to get things really, really clean and fit for purpose, you do have to go back to the origination of the decision, or go back in time a bit. And, you know, when we're going into Leo, we are going into rich stories, really rich stories. You know, Leo is very playful and creative. We are diving back into our creativity, and maybe when we're in a really creative place, we come up with a new solution about how we can live our life in a much more fit for purpose way. So there's some thoughts about the story behind Mercury. I hope you found that interesting or helpful, at least. Before I go any further, I just want to thank all the people who sponsor the show, who help me, who support me, and encourage me. And I'm always adding people to the list. Hey, hey, Naomi. Thank you. But just thank you, everyone. However you participate, even if I never hear from you or don't even know you're watching, you know, I do think we're all connected somehow. But I'm a crazy hippie, so there we go. Before I go and look at anything from a forecast perspective, I also want to just pay a bit of attention to the Sabian symbols, which I'm no expert at. However, I've been quite fascinated by them since I've spent a little bit of time with Linda Hill. Like I said, she has got this fabulous website up here, sabiansymbols.com. The Sabian symbols are always rounded up to the next number or the next degree. And so Mercury retrograde starts at 4 degrees in the sign of Virgo. That equals Virgo 5. And so when you go to her website, you go to sabiansymbols.com, click there, then go to My Symbols, if I remember correctly, and find my symbol, I think. And then you look for the sign. So you would click on the where it says Virgo, click there. You would also click 5 and then find my symbol. And then, you would select 4 degrees Virgo, and it would bring up Virgo 5 because Linda's website rounds it up to the next Sabian symbol. Anyway, irrespective of that, if you manage to follow that, you're a genius. I just got myself completely confused. But this is what Linda Hill's book has to say about Virgo 5. So this is the place where the Mercury retrograde is starting or has started. So it says, a person becoming aware of nature spirits and normally unseen spiritual energies. Well, isn't that interesting? Becoming aware, there's this idea that there is a world beyond the world we actually see, something unseen and spiritual that is coming into our awareness. Well, isn't that interesting that Mercury is going retrograde and we are seeing things with a new perspective? So it says, this symbol implies strong feelings of another level of awareness around you. Your rational mind, Mercury in Virgo, is at times being overshadowed by intuitive thoughts and feelings. It makes the aspects to the moon and Venus and shockingly to Uranus. So that's all very intuitive. Your imagination or spirituality is showing a clearer path to understanding and knowledge. Equipped to see the invisible, you penetrate into the mystical levels of life. There may be messages to bring back into your waking consciousness, like from when Mercury starts to go direct again. And also you might find that, you know, the time of the Mercury Cazimi also has the theme of this going on. So equipped to see the invisible, you penetrate into the mystical levels of life. There may be messages to bring back into your waking consciousness. This can show a creative, attuned mind that can perceive subtle phenomena, shifts and changes in the environment. Tap into your clairvoyance, but don't be thrown off track by it. So it's also talking about fairy tales, seeing things. Have you seen this or just imagined it? A bit like when I was saying, you know, there is this sort of collective voice and you could blink and miss it, but you could actually think, did that just happen? Did I really connect into something then? You know, I really think there is something much stronger, like an invisible field of knowledge, an invisible field of everything. It's funny that, you know, they talk about the Internet of Things, you know, where all of information is captured. I actually think there is that thing. I think it's all around us. It's like a living, unseen web of information. So, you know, on the negative side of it, it's saying you could get confused. There could be a lack of true perspective. You might feel like a space cadet or wasting your time or feel like you're losing the plot. I actually think that when you think like that, you're actually closer to a breakthrough than you realize. But let's have a look at where Mercury retrograde goes direct. That's at 21 degrees Leo. So again, if I was going to sabiansymbols.com, clicking on my symbols, find my symbol, I would click on 21 degrees and Leo, click find my symbol, and it would bring up Leo 22. Now, this is interesting. So this one is called a carrier pigeon fulfilling its mission. Carrier pigeons, are messengers. So it's so funny that it's about the Mercury going direct now. We are ready to maybe bring a message out. This symbol implies a clear sense of purpose and direction, even a sense of divine guidance. The carrier pigeon may have to go through hardships and obstacles in order to deliver the message it is carrying or to complete the mission. This can be about bridging communications between people or conveying something that someone needs to hear or know. Pigeons were trained to deliver very important messages, and some won honours and medals. Be sure that the end is in sight and there is a prize to be won in bringing a message to those who need it. Whatever this symbol is speaking about, someone has a mission that needs to be fulfilled. Bringer of good tidings or messages, creating lines of communication, completing tasks, setting out on a mission, a sense of destiny, counseling, mediating, and helping others. Again, that's why I say that, this whole process is really beneficial if you're wanting to let go of something that is there in your unconscious, in your psyche, something you can't quite put your finger on. This is a great time to go into a deep dive of healing, so that around the time of the 28th, when Mercury goes direct again, you are on mission. You are connected into your mission and you're ready to go. This is really helpful. And then the last one that I wanted to share was just where Mercury, the Mercury Cazimi is happening. So it's 26 degrees Leo. You would put in 26 and Leo. This is on Linda's amazing website, and it would round it up to 27 degrees Leo. And it says daybreak, the luminescence of dawn in the eastern sky. This symbol implies the gradual feeling that darkness is dispersing and a new day is on the horizon. You may feel there's a chance for new beginnings. Things along the way have been sacrificed and there may have been emptiness, but you'll now see the light of day and move forward again. This symbol speaks about transition times of letting go, of operating in the dark and moving into a new day with new plans and fresh solutions. New ideas, opportunities, perspectives, and realizations are emerging. Getting up at dawn or watching the sunrise can be a wonderful meditation for this degree. Gradual realizations and opportunities, new cycles and beginnings, leaving the past behind, dawn meditations, yoga, scenes of awe and amazement, light from the east, trusting in life. Wow. So if you think that is on the day of the full moon, a day that is notoriously known for being tense, it is also happening on the day of the two T-squares involving the Sun, Mercury, Moon, Uranus, Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn. So there's a lot going on. There's lots of tensions, but there is also the sense that there is a daybreak, that you could have a real big insight drop, this sense of an understanding that there is a new beginning, that things are coming to an end. And as such, endings can sometimes be a bit messy or a bit shocking, because if they're not shocking, we sometimes don't get the message. And so there is this feeling that there is a new beginning, a new day is dawning. So that Mercury Cazimi is especially important. So I really like that. Let's check out the forecast now. So welcome. This is a message really from the perspective of an Aries ascendant. Now, if you do have your moon in Aries, listen to this forecast as if it's talking to your emotions and your psyche. If you are an Aries sun person listening to this forecast, think about it as it might relate to your personality. And if you are somebody with Aries ascendant, then really consider this as how it's really lining up in your life, which parts of your life are really highlighted right now and how this might work out. The first thing to really consider is, I'm going to be taking you through the three distinct phases. There's kind of four. The fourth one is moving out of the retrograde. But the first one I really see as a sort of gentle but persistent ideas. There are different aspects, in particular the moon in a conjunction with Mercury. Then we've got Venus in a conjunction with Mercury, and later the moon in a square to Mercury. And it's really bringing in a sense of our feelings and our emotions and information and how they are running. So to me, you know, that last square, you know, on the 13th of August between the moon and Mercury, and that's up here. So the moon will be up here and Mercury will be down here. You know, that square is really bringing in that sense of conflict and frustration. You know, there is this sense that what you know maybe doesn't quite feel right. You know, there is something about what you know and what you've considered knowledge is just grating against what you believe to be true. There's something that's not quite right. And, you know, this first part of the retrograde is recognizing that your body is sending you completely different signals. If you think about it, the retrograde starts in the 6th house, which has a lot to do with how you're running your life. You know, it also includes things like your health. You know, so connection to your physical body is obviously part of that, and how you're running your money and how you're organizing your work. You know, I really think the 6th house is almost like a diary, a personal diary, you know, with all your to-do lists and this, that, and the other. You know, it is a very, very busy house. And so as such, it's very easy to go around your normal life and not really consider what's going on because you're too busy to pay it too much attention. But with Mercury's retrograde during this, you know, starting here and heading into the 5th house, there's this real sense that things have got actually quite overbearing. You know, things have got really busy, things have got ahead of themselves. And there's this real need to connect back into what you're passionate about. Very much the 5th house thing, what brings you joy and how you feel in your body when you're feeling joyful. So the first part of this retrograde, I just think you're getting the signals from your body, you're getting your signals from your emotions, you're feeling it, you're connecting into your senses. You know, the Venus and Mercury conjunction on the 8th is absolutely showing you what you're feeling in your body. Your senses will guide you. You know, how you feel in your body will give you all the information you need to know. So this is starting it off. As we head into the next part of the retrograde, really from the 15th, I would say that starts when Mercury is actually going into the sign of Leo. You know, we're looking over our shoulder and we're thinking, hang on, there's something back there. There's something that we did maybe a few weeks ago. There was something that we were holding as part of our truth. Maybe, you know, a few weeks ago, you were actually feeling quite creative and quite spontaneous. Maybe you were feeling quite passionate about how you were being. You know, maybe you were thinking about your creations and thinking about joy and talking about joy and sharing quite a bit. I mean, the 5th house is also a place of intimacy and romance as well. So, you know, maybe you're thinking back, well, hang on, where's that gone? and how do I get back there? And so as we're kind of looking back a little bit, you know, we are priming ourselves to dive into why maybe we're not feeling quite so secure, maybe why we're not feeling quite so passionate about our life right now. And obviously that warrants some investigation, right? As we're going through this, we've also got the moon in a trine to Mercury on the 15th, which is also really helping, you know, so the moon is coming back. It's reminding us that when we're just all thought and all talk, but no empathy, or all talk, but no compassion, you know, there is a real sort of dissonance within us. You know, it makes us ill eventually if we're, you know, all mind and not including the body in the whole discussion. You know, we're not living wholly, you know, we're not wholesome, you know, in how we are. So there is this feeling that we can get back into a place of wholesomeness where we can feel a lot more passionate about things. Now, between that time and the 18th and 19th, it feels like things start to ramp up a bit. You know, on the 18th, we've got a very sort of shocking Uranus, as I said, shocking, a door slammed. We've got all our windows and doors open. It's the height of summer here in Portugal. My door just slammed as the wind picked up behind it, for sort of theatrical effect. But Uranus in a square to Mercury really creates a sudden knowing, a sudden dissonant thought, a sudden shocking thought, a thought that maybe we weren't expecting, something that maybe we didn't want to think, but all of a sudden it becomes quite real. I think during this time we could absolutely connect into what's going on, you know, with humanity. You know, Uranus really is a channeler's planet. And so this square here, which is showing up, the square between Mercury retrograde and Uranus, is absolutely connecting us into the hard truth about things. And it comes with a little bit of almost, it feels a bit of a spike, Now, Uranus for you right now is really highlighting your self-worth, and also, what you are worth, what are the values that you have, but also, how do you value your own skills? Are you earning money easily? Is it coming into you? If not, why not? And it's also really bringing up this feeling of, crikey, is all I am worth my earnings? Is that it? Because I really think the second house and the fifth house is very much about earnings, but also earning money through our passions. And when we're not in alignment, when they're not working together, I think we can get really bogged down with just being a meal ticket, or being the value, being worthy of the value of our salary. So yeah, there is a bit of a shock there, and a feeling of discomfort, and maybe you get this information or this brainwave about what you might want to do. This is a time when we can really discover talents, especially with Uranus here, and Mercury retrograde could kind of shock it into action. So I think this could be really, really beneficial. And you might choose to ask yourself questions such as, how do I value myself? What am I bringing the world? How am I feeling confident about my talents? Is my money linked to my passion? If not, why not? And how can I make that work? So there's a lot of different things going on. I mean, you might think of your own questions that have a similar effect. Now, on the 19th, we've got the full moon. And obviously I will be talking about the full moon in my full moon forecast. But on the 19th, it's a pretty big day. Mercury's also in a Cazimi. So the full moon, so you've got the sun and Mercury here, and you've got the moon here in opposition, all of them in a T-square to Uranus. So whatever was discovered on the 18th, the day before, it's absolutely being really highlighted for you on the day of the full moon. So the extra tensions, are likely to come up. And so you might find the tensions are coming from the idea of the collective, the idea of, I don't know, like the collective vision of people isn't right now. It's not necessarily about wealth or defining yourself, right now, as I'm listening to narratives, it's almost like we all go together. We all rise together. We all are in it together. And yet the reality for most of us is, well, yes, we might all be in it together, but actually I've still got to pay my bills. You're not all paying my bills, are you? So I do think the ideas of how money works collectively is a real stressor at this time, and what is your relationship to it? Do you think that the values of all of us being prospered in the same way work for you or not? Or, I can see on many different political levels, there are themes of this playing out right now in terms of how much are we sharing and how much belongs to us and where we are sovereign within this. So this is huge. And it feels like there is something changing in you, something coming up in you. And you may well find that it reminds you of stuff that happens in your childhood. Now, the reason I say that is because on the same day, we've also got Jupiter in Gemini in a square to Saturn in Pisces, and we've also got Venus in Virgo. So we've got another T-square. So we've got like a T-square between two parental ideas, like the sort of generous father versus the judgmental father, or the idea of a generous government versus a judgmental government or a restrictive government. And then the idea of how we can express ourselves and how we can flow in joy, even though it feels like we've only got a choice between a punishing government and or a helpful government. And what are our relationships within those? And I just want to really be clear as well, I don't have any political allegiances. I actually feel quite in the center. I see good and bad, or I see policies on both sides that appeal to me, and and that's not just in the US. Obviously I'm not a US citizen, or in the UK. I am a UK citizen, but I don't live in the UK. So I'm noticing there are these different ideas. Some are more socialistic, some are more conservative. And neither of them actually suit me. And maybe you're in the same situation, who knows? But I do think there's these ideas that there is only this solution or that solution, but no middle ground. And maybe it's the middle ground that you're looking for right now. I don't know. But the 19th, suffice to say, brings up a whole heap of stuff. In particular, what comes up is it almost doesn't matter what you believe in, because the reality right now for you is that you need to survive and you need to thrive. And wouldn't it be nice if you could do that whilst honoring your gift and honoring who you are and why you're here right now? So I don't know what it's like to be in your shoes, and obviously you're walking in your shoes. So I do think the 18th and 19th are a really interesting time, possibly quite triggering, but that it's likely to get you really thinking about what's going on in terms of how you're receiving wealth, how you're feeling resourced in yourself, and also what you're gifting the world. Like, how much of yourself are you gifting in terms of your personality, in terms of your skills, in terms of your passions that Mercury retrograde is really highlighting for you. Now, as we go into the third phase, and this is one where you might be a little bit more integrative, there's an integration point. On the 23rd in particular, you've got Chiron here really working nicely with Mercury. It's really saying, maybe you can't answer it at a financial level, but actually at a personal level, like, who are you as a person? How do you stand in the world? Who do you consider yourself to be? Where have your wounds brought you? Where's your trauma brought you? And how have you worked your way through it? How have you healed through that? Because all of that will play into how you passionately move forwards in life. And so I do think there is an integration point where you realize it's actually got nothing to do with money, but it's more about who you are as a person. And then, the following day, Mercury is in a lovely sextile to Mars, and whatever you're deciding about yourself, I think from the 24th, you're starting to feel a bit more confident, like you can piece yourself back together. So I do think this third phase is more about confidence, and you might feel like there's a sense of acceptance, and you might start to feel like you're ready to move forwards again, almost like you've made a decision, you've calmly accepted it, and it's like, okay, let's go. And then thereafter, from the 29th, when Mercury goes direct, we're really coming into the all clear phase. So there you go, Aries. Whether, I'm talking to you as the Aries ascendant, a little bit to your moon or to your sun, really what's coming up, I think, is your value as a person and how passionate you feel in your life. If there is one thing that you could take from this Mercury retrograde right now, it is to bring back the passion in your life that you feel like you're missing. What is it that you have that brings you joy? And the more you can connect into that and bring that forwards, I think the more you'll be able to communicate and organize your life. So much so that the joy and the passion are always there. So there you go. Lots of love to you. If I can be of any help, then just drop me a line. All my details are below. Bye for now. So on to Taurus. Now, this is really aimed at people with a Taurus ascendant, but, you might find value listening into this if you've got a Taurus moon or a Taurus sun. Now, if you do choose to do that, and I know some people do, if you're listening to this and you've got a Taurus moon, then consider this as a pep talk for your emotions, your psyche, the inner psychology of what makes you work, what your soul might be saying to you right now. If you're listening to this from the perspective of having a Taurus sun, then think of this in terms of your personality and the identity of the core identity of who you believe yourself to be and the changes that your personal identity are going through. Now, if you're thinking about this from the perspective of your ascending sign, I would say this is really like a map for your life and what aspects, what parts of your life are really lit up right now and which aren't so. And I'm looking at this also from the phases of Mercury retrograde and how you might choose to manage the retrograde. The phase we're in right now, Mercury is already retrograde, but in this first phase, I really feel that the aspects that Mercury's making, he's making 2 to the moon and 1 to Venus. They are gently waking you up to the fact that there are some things that don't quite fit in, that you're ignoring, that you just haven't paid attention to. You know, the first moon and Mercury conjunction, which just passed, it was last night. You know, it was about getting your emotions connected to your voice, you know, voicing your emotions, talking things through and things like that. And then on the 8th, tomorrow, we've got Venus in a conjunction to Mercury, which is really connecting us into our senses and into our body. You know, so it's very easy to just be connected to our mind all the time, but we are also in a body, and Venus really helps us connect into our senses, you know, what we're seeing, what we're hearing, what we're feeling, what we're touching and smelling, you know, all of that gives us a lot of information. So it really brings us into more of an intuitive knowing rather than just the facts and what you might get out of a book or from watching the news. And then the last one on the 13th of August is a square between the moon and Mercury, where actually, and here's where the square is. You know, the moon is up here in the sign of Sagittarius, and Mercury is poised here, ready to go into Leo, but not quite. And this is really, really stressing us out, you know, because it feels like you're forsaking your emotions in order to put a sort of preference on Mercury. If you can hear a funny droning sound in the background, my neighbour has just started mowing the lawn. Such is the life when you live in a road with like neighbours either side. So yeah, forgive the sound of gardening equipment in the background. So yeah, the dissonance that happens when we are not really listening to our emotions is pretty big, and that's what's leading us into this shock moment. And I really think the second part of this Mercury retrograde is what happens when Mercury goes into the sign of Leo on the 15th. You know, as it goes into Leo, we're looking over our shoulder and we're saying, hang on a sec, there was something going on a few weeks ago, and actually I felt a lot more in alignment with who I was. And so we're sort of going back into that Mercury in Leo and what was being highlighted. And actually what I want to do now quickly is just talk about this part of the chart, because you know, from the idea of a Western tropical whole sign chart, which is what this is, where this retrograde is starting is in your 5th house of the things that you're starting, the things you're passionate about, the things you're intimate about, the things you're birthing, and the things that bring you joy. So it's a place where our romances are, our sensuality is, our children are, and also our hobbies, the things we're really passionate about. And a little bit about partying and so on and so forth. And yet, can you really let yourself party freely if things aren't quite right at home? And this is where your energy is coming back to. You know, Mercury is coming back into the home. Maybe something has been left unsaid. Something has not been kind of finished off correctly. You know, I think the planets go through the signs and they have certain business to do in each signs. And it just feels like Mercury needs to come back here into this area and to look at the foundations in your life and see what's working and what's not. So this is a foundational shock. You know, on the 15th as well, Mercury is in a trine to the moon, which is actually quite helpful because whatever we're feeling in our body is coming through to us. It feels like we really hear what Mercury is trying to tell us. And then on the 18th, we have a shocking revelation, and all we've got here is Uranus in an exact square to Mercury, and they're both about the mind. They're both about, you know, Uranus in particular is about consciousness and our conscious decisions, how we are cosmic, how we are progressive, how we are excited by life, how we are quite independent and possibly a bit rebellious. You know, Uranus here is seeking change. Uranus brings up change a lot. And Uranus has been going through your 1st house for a really long time now. So, you know, you've got a really strong Uranus theme that's been going on for you a long time. You've been sensing the need to change. You've been sensing the need for new things and new technologies, new ways of being, new freedoms and stuff. And so when Mercury comes into this retrograde square with Uranus, and Mercury's here, you know, in the fourth, really kind of creating a change in the way that you organize your home or feel about home or feel stable. You know, the fourth house is really where we build up from. Uranus is here in the first house. You know, to me, it says, yes, you know, I want to feel secure, and yet actually I want to feel free. So how are you going to make that work for you? You know, and what is being brought up? What does that mean to you? You know, to be challenged by wanting to feel homely, wanting to feel secure, wanting to feel that you know what's what, and yet recognizing that you're in a world that might be shocking, exciting, and that you actually have a much greater need for independence than you previously thought. You know, to me, the 18th is really showing you something that maybe you're ready for a change, that maybe you're ready to try something new or to be in a whole new location. The following day, we've also got the Mercury Cazimi, where you know, everything that you're thinking and working with right now is highlighted and given extra clarity. So it's like, boom, major download time. It's also the day of the full moon, and here's where the full moon is. You know, so the moon is here in Aquarius in opposition to Mercury Cazimi, and it's in a T-square to Uranus as well. So there is a lot of tension, especially given that the moon is in the sign of Aquarius and its ruler, or one of its rulers, is Uranus. You know, I mean, that's a pretty strong and zippy T-square. You know, and during that time, you know, the moon up in the 10th might be saying, well, yes, I know you want to do something exciting, and I know you also want to do something quite stable at home and rethink your home. And at the same time, your mind is also wondering about your success and how you stand in the world. And so you're trying to get more stable whilst also wanting to be seen and also wanting to be rebellious. And it's like, which direction are you going in? Like, seriously. And at the same time that this is going on, there's this T-square on the 19th as well between Saturn here, Jupiter here in Gemini, and then Venus in Virgo. So it's huge. You know, there's a lot going on. So the 19th is big. Whatever is coming up for you around the 19th, whatever new thoughts, whatever new ideas are coming up, it is going to propel you in quite an incredible way to move forwards, because, you know, the planets that Mercury is connecting to on this day, you know, is your 10th house, your first, your fourth. It's big. You know, these are the angular houses. These are the ones that are going to get things moving. So yeah, lots to discover about yourself. Now, as we move into the third part of this, what I'm really seeing is there is an integration. It's like, okay, I've learned enough. I can't quite learn anymore. I've had enough of this for now. And what I've got up till now is enough for me to integrate. Let's use what I've got. And so this next phase of the retrograde, I see as a calming down, kind of almost as if we've gone through a moon phase. So this could be like the new moon. This is coming into the full moon, and this is like waning and sort of organizing ourselves, coming back into the next new moon. You know, this feels like a waning phase to me, where you've had so many big ideas and lots of new thoughts about the world, and now it's time to integrate it. So on the 23rd, Chiron is in a lovely trine to Mercury. So you're able to articulate now what has felt off, and why you were right to really listen to your emotions. You know, it's really telling you what you needed to know that you haven't been listening to for quite a few months now. So that's really, really helpful. And then the following day, so that's where Chiron is, you know, and it is actually speaking straight to your unconscious mind, all those things that have been hidden. And then on the 24th, Mercury is also in a sextile to Mars. So it feels like you're starting to talk with confidence. It feels like you're starting to understand, yeah, okay, this is the new solid plan of action. You know, I do feel like I can integrate my thoughts now. I can move forwards with my thoughts. I can start to take action on my new plans. And then, you know, we're coming into the moving forwards and starting to move again. So, yeah, I do feel that this is slowing us down enough to be able to realize something needs to change. And then once we've got beyond that and realized and made a decision, we start to move forwards again. So there you go, Taurus. I hope that was helpful for you with with the Mercury retrograde and what's going on. If I can be of any further help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. But thanks for joining me here today, and speak with you real soon. Bye for now. Hi, Gemini. So this is a Mercury retrograde update for you, which I hope you'll find useful. This is a planet. This is your ruling planet. Now, I should clarify, this is really designed for you if you've got your Gemini ascendant. And if you're looking at this from a Gemini ascendant perspective, this is kind of mapping out how the retrograde is falling into your life and how it's operational. Now, you might also choose to use this if you've got your moon in Gemini. And if you're listening to it from the perspective of having your moon in Gemini, then you might want to think of it as a message to your soul or a message to your emotions. How might your emotions be affected by this Mercury retrograde? If you're listening to this and you've got Gemini sun, then this is more about your personality. Like, listen to this. This is a message that could help you move forwards and bring your personality forwards. So, there are 3 distinct ways you could listen to this. And if this is your ascendant sign and your moon and sun are in other signs, then feel free to listen into those forecasts too. So Mercury is the ruling planet. If you've got Gemini ascendant, and if you've got Gemini sun, Mercury influences your sun. It's safe to say that your sun is expressed in a mercurial way. And also similarly for your moon, if you've got moon in Gemini, the Gemini energy is very much about the intellectual understanding of things, and very fascinated by things that are going on in the world and all of the little things that are happening. I do think of Gemini as a sign that is very much butterfly in its focus. It sees lots of little things and loves things in short little bursts of energy. And it needs quite a lot of change, being a mutable sign as well. So how is this retrograde going to play out for you? Given that it also starts in another in another Mercury ruled sign, i.e. Virgo. I'm going to sort of break it down into these 4 phases, and you may well have different faces during these times. This first phase, I really see is, a curious time, a curious face that you've got. This is a time when we are connecting our thoughts to our emotions a lot more. So Mercury is making aspects to the moon. First of all, yesterday on the 6th, Mercury was in a conjunction with the moon. Tomorrow, it's making a conjunction with Venus. And then on the 13th, it's in a square with the moon. The moon is about our emotions and our psyche and our soul. It really talks about the sort of deeper, intuitive, more hidden side of what's going on for us. And then Venus is really, I think, about how we relate to things. And of course, how we feel things in our body, like the senses are very Venusian, so what are we seeing? What are we hearing? What are we feeling? What are we touching, tasting, smelling, etc.? All of that gives us a real sense of our body and a real sense of what feels right and what doesn't. The combination of Mercury in his conjunctions and aspects to the moon and Venus, I think, brings us into our intuition and into our body. So this first phase, which really goes from the 5th right the way to the 15th, so about a 10-day phase, is really connecting us back into our body, back into our emotions, and asking us, what am I feeling right now? And where it starts in your chart has definitely a much stronger feel for the home and for what is real, what is solid, what is concrete. This area of our chart, what Virgo represents to you is this sense of stability and this sense of building up from the bottom. Like, you want to get really clear about all the structures in your life. And yet, where Mercury is venturing into, Mercury is coming into this place of expression, a place of learning, a place of community, a place of where things are actually quite busy. And of course, where he starts is actually in a usually calm, fairly quiet, fairly stable place. So it feels like, Mercury right now, like your thinking function, your ability to understand how the world is and make sense of it, is needing to go back a step or two and go back into where he was in the sign of Leo, where he was a lot busier, a lot more communal, where there was a lot of learning going on. So you're almost needing during this retrograde to step out of your peace that you were coming into and step back into a bit of chaos and color and creativity. So yeah, the first phase is realizing that there is a much stronger feeling phase that you're wanting and needing to feel secure. And then from the 15th, when Mercury goes back into the sign of Leo, Mercury makes a trine to the moon, and that is really bringing the feelings to the forefront. Mercury in the sign of Leo is a lot less rational and a lot more colorful, a lot more story-like, innocence, childlike. You know, stories become really, really big during Mercury in Leo, especially as you're going back into Leo. It feels like the stories of the past are coming back, maybe even stories of your early childhood, your early school, your early years, because the third house is very much about your early environment and what was playing out in the busyness. Like, how did you find your place in the world? You know, the third house has a lot to do with our siblings and school and our early social context. So you might find that whatever it is that's eluding you the feeling of safety and security right now has something to do with your early experiences of childhood integration. If you can hear an annoying buzzing sound in the background, that's my neighbour who's just started mowing their lawn and chopping down a tree. I've closed my window in my office, but I can still hear it. It's really distracting me, but hopefully this is okay. So yeah, this Mercury retrograde, I think, is bringing you back into a place of maybe early childhood discomfort about how social you were and what being social meant. Maybe how you managed your social energy, maybe how you managed your learning, how you learned in a social environment. There's a lot going on. And then we're coming to the sort of real crux of this point. And this is a real opening part of the retrograde, because on the 18th, we've got this square to... Sorry, everything's shocking right now. My fly bat was just about to fall off my desk. Don't know why it moved then. So just as I was saying shocking, and my electric fly thing moved. I mean, what are the chances of that? That's really bizarre. We really live in a connected universe, right? So on the 18th, oh God, this awful noise is so distracting. On the 18th, Uranus in the 12th house is really in a tight square with Mercury retrograde. And so whatever is going on for you in terms of where you belong, and what you know from your childhood information, maybe it's even the learning that you had from school, all the things you've learned throughout your life from your peers and from your environment, from your community, there's something disturbed about it. And Uranus in the 12th is kind of lurking there like Jaws. You know, you hear that it's like there is something lurking, something doesn't quite feel right. It's like there is something there. Like, what is it in your unconscious mind that wants to come up? What is it that is begging to be heard and seen? Is it some childhood memory from you? Is it your, the voice of your inner child? Or is there some distrust of what you've been told? Have you recently learned something that contradicts everything that you've ever known, which has really come from your childhood and the world that you were raised in? I mean, there's some really big conflicts here. And so the 18th, it doesn't have to be a big shit or bust kind of thing. It doesn't have to like completely ruin your life or anything like that. But it is a very disrupting force, given that it's starting in your 12th to do with your memories, your unconscious mind, how everything fits together in your, in your brain, how you process everything, all the different beliefs and things that you've got playing out there, and how they fit into your current views of community, the social, the peer group that you grew up in and where you belong. There's a lot going on here. And the very next day, there is a brainwave opportunity. the Cazimi happens. So the Mercury Cazimi takes place. Mercury is lifted up, and all of a sudden it feels like you can feel real clear and get a real big sense of what it is that hasn't quite felt right. Like, what is it that feels amiss? Because whatever it is there for you to see, there for you to understand, there for you to get sort of passionate about and start to work through it. It also happens to be the day when we've got the full moon, and the moon is up here in opposition to the Mercury Cazimi, and also in an exact T-square to Uranus. So the moon in a square to Uranus is quite something. The square between the sun and Uranus is another energy to behold as well. And on that particular day, as if that wasn't enough energy to really help you feel something so strongly that you have a brainwave or some kind of transforming thought, we've also got Saturn here in Pisces, in a square to Jupiter in Gemini, in an opposition to Venus in Virgo. So these guys are also kind of working in a kind of discordant way with each other. And Jupiter here is like the benevolent father, or the benevolent environment, and the feeling of hope and optimism. And Saturn is the more sort of judgmental father, or the judgmental way that we live, the kind of rules that we live by. And then Venus is that kind of innocent, collaborative person that wants to, I don't know, interact. So to me, it feels like a really, really strong day where you might be thinking, I just want to be free to be me. And yet it feels like there is a world full of rules pinning me in place. And actually, I can't get support from these people because they're free doing their thing. And it just feels like a whole bunch of different things just really condensing and creating pressure from all sides on the 19th. And whilst that sounds like a terrible moment, it could be just the kind of energy and push that you need to have, that unique thought that starts you off on this whole new level of experience. So I just think the 15th to the 19th is moving. It's a really short phase. It looks bigger because, it's going over 3 lines, but it's short, from the 15th, just after the 19th, say to the 20th, 21st, maybe, it's a short period of time that we are really becoming aware of pressures outside of us that are creating this need to change, this need to have a new thought and recognize something. And that might involve dropping some beliefs, dropping some thoughts that you've held on to for your whole life, and recognizing something for the first time. And it's like, oh my goodness, the enormity of that is so huge. So yeah, there's some big stuff. And if you already know what it is that you're seeking and wanting to get to the bottom of, that, I think that's actually quite helpful. I think you're really likely to do that and find that really, really helpful. So yeah, very much brainwave stuff, very, very deep. Now, as we come into the third part of this phase, there's a feeling of integration. And it's a feeling like, okay, I came to my limit with this, and I've had these new ideas and thoughts, and I've been communicating with my body. My body has also confirmed everything, like the lie detector that it is. And, on the 23rd, we've got this lovely trine between Chiron and Mercury, really helping us to say, you know what, it's okay. It's going to be okay. What's more important is I know my truth. It's all okay. It's good. And then on the 24th, we've got this sextile with Mars, which is really helping us to take action. So, what I think is happening in this third phase, we're starting to feel a little bit more together, feeling a little bit more integrated, feeling like we know what to do and maybe what our next step will be. And then, by that time, we're over the worst. And also the best. I don't want to say the worst, like it's a terrible thing. This could actually be, one of the best Mercury retrogrades you've had in a long time. This is an opportunity to move forwards, and to drop all the stuff that has been holding you back for a long time. So as you move through the Mercury direct and beyond, it just feels like you're walking behind the stuff, in front of the stuff, and that's behind. You're leaving it and you're moving on, and that's great. So definitely a feeling of movement there, Gemini. I really hope that's helpful to you. And of course, eventually, how I do see that this lands is you get a clearer sense of your role within your community. You get a clearer sense of where you sit within your community, where you belong. And then with that new sense of belonging, Mercury goes back into the fourth house, and you can rebuild that feeling of security, which is what you wanted to do. So I hope that was helpful. If I can be of any help, then just get in touch. All of my details are below, as usual. But have a useful and opening and a time of possibility. I hope it's really useful to you. And, let's connect again real soon. Bye for now. Okay, so Cancer, this is your Mercury retrograde update. Now, I'm looking at this from the perspective of having a Cancerian ascendant, i.e. your rising sign is in the sign of Cancer. I build these readings around the idea of a whole sign, Western tropical sort of astrological philosophy. But in truth, you can use this, like if your sun is in the sign of Cancer, you might find that this is useful from the perspective of, like, when you listen to it, you might think, oh, this is about my personality. This is about the core of me. This is about, what people are really noticing about me, because this is who I am. If you're listening to this and you've got your moon in Cancer, this reading, if you could listen to this as if I'm talking to your psyche, your emotions, your soul, like, what would your soul say to you right now? That might be what this reading would be. But if you're listening to this as a Cancerian ascendant, then this is about how your life is working with this Mercury retrograde. It's almost about the architecture of your life. So I hope that's a helpful delineation. And if your sun and moon are in other signs, it means you might want to also check out those signs too, from those other perspectives. That might be helpful. But anyway, where do we start? Well, the whole purpose of this one is to really give you a sense of the three faces or phases within this Mercury retrograde. This last one is just really actually back to normal. It's the first three that I'm really talking about here, because, there are, I think, real distinct phases within this Mercury retrograde. And so this first one, and maybe I should start here actually, because this is where Mercury starts the retrograde at 4 degrees in the sign of Virgo. And he goes all the way back to 21 degrees in the sign of Leo, during which he also makes a Cazimi on the 19th. So he comes into the heart of the sun. He's in an exact conjunction with the sun on the 19th. And then, Mercury's moving forwards again, and then getting more clear, coming out of the retrograde shadow on the 12th of September. So I'm going to really sort of talk you through this. Now, where he starts his journey is in the third house. The third house is all about our community, our sort of like daily social interactions. It also represents a lot about our childhood in terms of our peers, our siblings, our early friends, our early education, and what we know to be true from our early. It's almost like our early culture. The third house, I really think, is like the social culture we were raised in, our environment, which has colored who we really are. And then as he moves into the second house, or into the sign of Leo, which he does on the 15th, Mercury is coming into that place to do with your value systems, how you value yourself, how you believe yourself to be worthwhile, deserving. Also, how ready are you to receive? Do you really happily take the money that you earn? Do you sometimes fight for it when someone pays you a compliment or offers you a tip? How happy are you in your receivership? I really think the second house has a lot to do with how you value yourself, a real lot, to do with what you deserve and whether you think you're good enough. So I really do think the second house is the house of, am I good enough? Because if you're not, you don't feel like you deserve to earn anything or receive anything. So it's interesting that if you've got that kind of complex going on, which most of us have more or less, this is something that's likely to come up during this Mercury retrograde. And not come up in futility. It's coming up to be let go of, or re-examined and recalibrated and removed maybe, or redesigned or reimagined. You know, there's all sorts of different possibilities. I guess suffice to say, you don't have to keep the same beliefs, especially if they're hurting you. You know, there are ways of working beyond this. And maybe that's what the benefit of this particular Mercury retrograde is. So this first part then, so he's already gone retrograde, and he's already on the 6th made a conjunction with the moon. And that really is that moment where we start talking to ourselves. You know, we start to hear what our body is saying. We start to hear our intuitions. We really connect in at a deep level to, it's almost like you can hear a little word, a voice in your head, and it's you, but it's that quiet, silent part of you that never gets listened to. So it's like a reconnection, I really see, that starts off. And then on the 8th, which is tomorrow from the day I'm recording this, we've got this conjunction between Venus and Mercury, and that is connecting us in. Again, it's relating us to our body and our senses. I really think that Venus is quite sensual. You know, she loves comfort. And of course, if we're not comfortable in our body, we won't feel good in it. We won't feel good with touch. We might not be able to see very well, hear very well, taste or smell very well. Or let's hope we all smell good. But, you know, Venus is very sensual, and she gives us a relationship. I really think Mercury and Venus together is very much about how comfortable we are in ourselves, how comfortable we are in our bodies, how comfortable we are with other people. And so again, this is bringing up this kind of gentle but persistent ideas. You know, we're getting these questions coming up to feel comfortable and to be more connected. And then on the 13th, we've got this square between Mercury retrograde and the moon. And this square, I think, really starts to raise the game a little bit of Mercury retrograde. A couple of days later, he goes into Leo, and then I think we're into our next phase. But this square with Mercury from the moon is saying, are you listening? Are you really listening to yourself? The moon is saying, look, you're ignoring what's going on in your body. Like, the moon is in your 6th house at this point, which has a lot to do with how you organize things and how routine you are. But it also has a lot to do with your physical health. You know, so there are messages that we're ignoring. We're not hearing everything that we need to hear to have a consistent life and to have consistent health. And so on this day, the 13th, it feels like your intuition is screaming at you, saying, listen up. Hello. You know, it's really trying to be heard. And then we're coming into this like part 2, which I think is a shocking, a waking up, an enlivening kind of moment in the Mercury retrograde. Because, you know, on the 15th, 2 days later, by which point the Mercury is in a trine to the moon, that becomes easier. You know, first of all, Mercury's gone into the sign of Leo. So he's looking back. You know, he's actually moved into the previous sign. So he's come out of his rational phase where he almost can't hear anything intuitive. And he's gone into the sign of Leo. And he's, you know, in the sign of Leo, all of a sudden Mercury is awakened to the stories, is awakened to the creativity, is awakened to the sense of drama, and the sense that actually the individual is quite sovereign and important and central, a central character in your own story. So it's like Mercury is ready to hear your story. And he is now also in a state of readiness in his trine to the moon. You know, Mercury is starting to hear from the intuition. And so from the 15th to the 18th, it moves, I think, quite fast, because on the 18th, we've got this really strong square to Uranus. You know, so Uranus is the higher mind, the higher octave of Mercury. It is our intuition, but it's also our channeled intuition. It's our telepathy. It's our connection to all that is. It's our connection to being cosmic individuals. It's also rebellious. It's also seeking change. It's also dissatisfied with the status quo. It's also quite progressive. And all of that in a square to your changing way of thinking that's coming into the 2nd house. It's fascinating. This square could really tip you on the 18th and into the 19th. Now, what is happening with this square is what's more important. I think, you know, Uranus in the 11th is absolutely creating this feeling of change in terms of your tribe, a feeling of needing to have a tribe that feels, like the people around you. You really want that feeling that you're on some kind of path of truth. Uranus is very much about the truth, I think. A path of awakening, a path of revelations and things being revealed. And you may well find that you're very happy with your tribe, and that's great. But they might be revealing something to you that challenges your feelings of self-worth, or they might be revealing something that challenges you in a positive way to recognize your worth. So that's helpful. But if you're not comfortable with the tribe or the sort of community that you now seem to fall in alignment with, you might find some shocks coming from them. So you might feel that your friends suddenly better, and you're quite shocked by how they appear to be and what that might mean to you. So it feels like quite a difficult shock, because by its very nature, it feels like you might be feeling a little bit separate from the people who have been your kin, or the people who you've associated with. Maybe there's something about you. Maybe as you're redeveloping and looking at yourself in a new way, and looking at your self-worth, like right now you're reevaluating who you are and what your gift is and what you're here to do. And you may well find that the people around you, it feels like there's pressure coming to be a certain way, or not being valued for who you are, and that your greatest value appears to come from being more like the people you're around. So to me, as I'm looking at this, I feel like there's this growing pressure to be yourself, this growing pressure to realize that everyone can be themselves and connect, and that you don't necessarily have to conform to something. So I really feel like it's the conformity that's quite tricky. Now here's where it gets more intense. On the 19th, the very next day, Mercury Cazimi happens, and it's still technically in this square to Uranus. And there's also the full moon on this day. So the full moon, which is also your ruling planet, the full moon is in opposition to the Mercury Cazimi. So your emotions are really playing into the potential to work something out for yourself. And it's really important to really listen into your intuition and what your body is saying, what your feelings are saying. If in the company of somebody you get like some kind of belly reaction, or some kind of griping pain, or wind or something, whatever changes are going on in your body, it is your body telling you, get away from this person, or get closer to this person, or yes, you're on the path to truth. No, you're off your path. If you think about Cancer, it's a water sign, and you've got loads and loads of water in your body. At the time of the full moon, and if you think the moon rules the tides, or it's said that the moon rules the tides, your waters are so much more sensitive. So whatever is going on internally in your body, use that as a human lie detector test and see what that is telling you. This 19th, where you've got Mercury Cazimi, you've got this opportunity to have this great awakening in yourself if you follow your body, if you listen to your body. But I don't think it will be easy necessarily. I think it's kind of challenging. It's an awakening. It's almost as if something is being pulled away from your eyes, and you're seeing with a whole new way of being. Now, the moon here on the 8th just so happens, the 8th house is absolutely about other people's baggage. It's a place of resentment, anger, guilt. There's a lot of guilt throwing and catching that goes on in the 8th. It's also a place of other people's values, where other people are putting their expectations on you. So you may well find that you get your greatest knowledge from where people are putting their stuff on you. And by people, it could be people you're intimate with, but also people from your tribe, or people from your social group. And it just feels like, whoa, all this pressure. Actually, I realize I am okay the way I am. And this is the realization point. This is I don't want to say breaking point, because it presupposes that it's all going to crush you, and it doesn't need to. Actually, what might happen is you say, you know what, I've had it up to here. I'm feeling in my waters the level of expectation you're putting on me, and it's making me ill. I don't feel good with this. And you might say to these guys, I'm feeling the pressure to conform from you, and it's not okay. Actually, you're having the reverse effect on me. I realize I am valuable the way I am. I realize I'm absolutely okay. And I'm now taking this as my directive to be my freaky little self. I am okay the way I am. So I think this is a realization point. On the same day, you've also got Jupiter in your 12th, in a square to Saturn in your 9th, and also Venus in your 3rd. So there's definitely something going on, a tension between what truths you're told to hold versus what you're relating to within your community, like the truth of what's being revealed through your community versus what's coming from outside of your community as a directive. This is how it is. And yet your experience within your community is completely different to what you've been told. And then in the 12th, you're saying, well, hang on, I've also got some other things going on here as well. So again, there's a lot of expectations and dictates. So I think this around the 19th is a real big unlocking, whatever is being locked up or whatever you've feared to acknowledge about yourself. I think you've come to a time where you recognize who you are. So in fact, everyone that's a part of this sort of constellation for you in this Mercury retrograde, they're almost doing you a favor. I know it won't feel like that, but to me, it feels like they're willing participants in the retreat. And again, it probably doesn't feel like a retreat, but it's almost like you're on a free retreat to get a higher level of self-esteem. This is here to help you recognize who you are. So people and circumstances have put pressure on you so that you can absolutely come up and rise up and say, no, this is who I am. This is my value. And of course, once that gets communicated out, it gets felt by other people's water around you. So then we go into the next phase. And in particular, on the 23rd to the 24th, I really feel that you're becoming really confident of who you are or feeling good about your decision. So the trine between Mercury retrograde and Chiron, I just think is really helpful. You know, earlier this year, you know, when we had Mercury connecting with Chiron 3 times, I think, because obviously Mercury went retrograde over Chiron, it was quite a painful time for a lot of people. And, you know, given that, you know, Cancer and Aries are traditionally in a square relationship to each other, this would have been very, very challenging to you at that time, around sort of at the end of March and right through to April. But, you know, now what's happening is there's an acceptance. There's this, you know what, I did already know this, but I wasn't ready to accept it. Now I am, and I'm ready to integrate it. So it feels like whatever you've put off recognizing about yourself, you're now able to take a step forwards on. So that's a massive relief, I would imagine. And then you've got Mars making a sextile to Mercury on the 24th. And to me, it feels like you're talking with more confidence. You're more aware of your internal patterns that have been contributing to your life. And now you're in a place to say, you know what, I see it, I feel it, and now I know who I am, and now I know what I need to do. Now I know what my next step is. So there is this reprogramming, and that's the beautiful thing about Mercury retrograde. It gives us an opportunity to see things from a whole new perspective that just wouldn't happen if life just carried on and on and on and on, like a great big Groundhog Day for your whole life. It's a pattern interrupt. It gives you that new perspective. And then you know, this last bit, I said, you know, Mercury goes direct, and then he comes into his all clear phase. To me, that sounds like, you know, a kind of immature child story, you know, when they're writing their first story at school. And then we woke up and everything was okay. And of course, it's not like that. But, you know, this last bit is really practicing practicing these new thoughts, these new beliefs, and bringing them into your world. And it might take weeks, it might take years to sort of fully integrate what you've just learnt about yourself, but you're on the path. And so that's the most significant thing about this. So Cancer, I hope that's helpful to you. If I can be of any help, in unpacking your chart, just invite me to work with you. All of my details are below. You can see links to connect in with me, but wishing you a really great Mercury retrograde period, and hope to catch you in another video soon. Thanks for watching, and take care. Lots of love. So on to Leo then. Hi Leo, how you doing? This reading is a forecast for the Mercury retrograde period of August 2024. And you'll see that I've put it into 4 sections. They're the 3 real phases and the 4th one. The phases and the faces that you might be pulling whilst you're going through those. Now, this is really designed for a Leo ascendant. However, I do recognize more and more people are also listening to these forecasts if they're somebody with a Leo sun or also Leo moon. Now, why is that, you might ask? Well, any planet that is going through the sign of Leo, if you've got like Leo ascendant or if you've got Leo sun or moon, is going to affect them. And what I usually find is if you've got Leo moon and you're listening to this, then you might choose to listen to this from the perspective of your soul, what your soul might be saying to you, what your emotions might be saying to you, what that inner you might really need to hear. So, if you've got Leo moon, this is for your psyche. If you've got Leo sun, this is really speaking about your personality and your brand. Like, who are you? What are you really lit up by? How do you express yourself, which is a very much a sun thing. And finally, if you've got your Leo ascendant, this is about the layout of your life, like the architecture of your life, and how you are in yourself and your body. And it really is about the essence of you, I think. Now, you might find that you are a Leo ascendant and your sun and moon are in other signs. Well, check out those signs. They might be helpful, and just listen to them from the perspective of the psyche or the personality. So I hope that's helpful. So in this particular retrograde forecast, then I want to really focus on these 3 phases in particular. These are the ones where most of the action is taking place, and I also want to really sort of zone in on this area here. This chart is built using a whole sign tropical Western approach to astrology, and so I've got the retrograde starting on the 5th. That was a couple of days ago, by the way, and moving right the way back to 21 degrees in Leo when it moves forwards on the 29th. And then when it moves beyond there on the 12th, it's all clear. Okay, so I'm taking you from here back to here and beyond, and then highlighting some of the key aspects that are interacting with Mercury retrograde. So the first thing to notice then for you, and that is that this particular retrograde is really affecting the area of life between how you see yourself and how deserving you believe yourself to be in terms of your earnings, in terms of, do you think you're a good enough person? The whole purpose of good enough, I think, really comes out with the 2nd house, in particular when you're retrograding in a particular, with a particular planet going through this part of the charts. Issues of self-worth are huge at this time. So I do think something of the self-worth is going on. Now, as Mercury retrograde is also going back into the sign of Leo, it's also talking to you about your body, your image, how you're seen, how people observe you and experience you, and also something about what you need to recognize about yourself and your boundaries, and where do you begin and where do you end? What about your personal power? So this is interesting, from the perspective of your self-value and how you value yourself. You are going to have to go backwards and kind of work backwards in time to think, well, actually, who am I at my core? Because once you work out who you really are, then you can start to build your value again. Does that make sense? I hope so. So Mercury retrograde, Mercury is about the thinking and the stories we tell ourselves, and also how we communicate that information. But it's also about how we move from one part on a path to another part. Mercury is a traveler, and he also is a seller. He's a merchant, so Mercury, and he also communicates between you and the gods. He's delivering messages. So Mercury is a messenger, and as such can be getting some really deep stuff for you from a completely different realm, so this could be really, really quite exploratory. So as you're going into this first phase, and you're already in it, because like I said, this started a couple of days ago, the first aspect that Mercury made was a conjunction to the moon on the 6th, and he's making a conjunction to Venus on the 8th in the sign of Virgo. Now, both of these, the moon is very much about our psyche and our intuition, and Venus is about our feelings and how we're relating to things. And so both of them have a softening effect. Mercury is meeting the moon and Venus, both feminine energies. And so there's a feminization going on, I think, first of all. And you could say, the more masculine planets are thrusting, and the more feminine planets are yielding and receiving. Like the moon receives and reflects. It doesn't shine like the sun, which is, pushing out. It's very much drawing in. And Venus, she connects, but she is the opposite to Mars, which is thrusting. Venus is yielding, she's softening. So Mercury here, our thoughts, the rationality of Mercury in Virgo is yielding to a feminization. It's softening. Our rational mind needs to calm the hell down. Our rational mind needs to take a chill pill. It needs to breathe. It needs to relax. It needs to let that blood flow naturally and easily, and the air inflate, in our lungs, and then to exhale fully and feel that relaxation. So there is this connection between our thoughts and our body. And of course, in our body can talk to us. So, it's our intuition that is coming from the waters in our body. It's the sensations that we get from our sight, our hearing, our taste, our smell, our touch. So Venus and the moon are really connecting Mercury into what is going on inside, and what little you, that your inner child, has been sometimes screaming to be heard. Mercury is now starting to pick up on these signs. So Mercury is listening internally rather than externally. That's quite useful to know. And then the last part of this phase, I think, is happening on the 13th, when Mercury makes a square to the moon, and the moon is here in Sagittarius at that time. And Mercury's here just at the beginning of Virgo. And then you've got the communication between the body and the mind, but the mind has already kind of switched off the body a little bit. And so the mind is saying, are you listening to me? We've already connected and you've forgotten about it. So there is this really strong kind of impulse to, again, listen to the body. And if you're not listening to your body, if you're not listening to your intuition, it's going to scream louder around the 13th. Now, it just so happens that at that time, the moon is coming into your 5th house, which is about your passions, your intimacy, your sharing, what you're creating from your womb. So it could also be your children. You might hear your children might be trying to reach you in different ways, and you might be completely oblivious to it. Your partner might be trying to reach you intimately. You might not be receiving sensuous pleasures. You might not be enjoying yourself. Might not be connecting into love and passion. And so it's all of these things that are speaking to you and saying, get out of your head right now and get into your body. Because if you don't get into your body, you're going to miss some really important stuff. So yeah, that's what I really see this first part of Mercury retrograde, this first 10 days, is about coming back into your body, looking internally, and really connecting into the things that are trying to catch your attention. And then Mercury actually goes into the sign of Leo. And I really do think at that point, Mercury says, okay, I've got to look over my shoulder now. I've got to look into the past, because a few weeks ago, Mercury was actually in the sign of Leo and enjoying himself in the sign of Leo. Leo is a sign that tells stories and that tells bigger and better stories than everyone else. Leo is a sign that is big and brash and dramatic and colourful and fun, very funny, and also absolutely really innocent as well, and playful and joyous. And so Mercury going through the sign of Leo, yes, it could have got a bit bombastic at times because Leo is also very proud and doesn't like to be shown up, but it could also have been a deeply creative moment, where you were developing really creative things about yourself and enjoying finding your voice, speaking forwards, feeling like you knew who you were. Mercury coming through your first really actually helps you tune in to what's going on and to communicate from that place of passion and from that place of color and drama that you love. That is a Leo signature. So, you're being encouraged to connect with your body and then to connect in with the drama and the richness of your personality. Now, here's where it gets interesting because on the 15th as well, by this point, the moon has moved into a trine with Mercury. And so it's like, okay, you heard the message. That's good. So let's start talking with richness. Let's start talking and considering things with color and drama and energy, so all of a sudden things start to get energetic. And then in between the 15th and the 18th, Mercury retrograde, he retrogrades back into an exact square with Uranus. But in truth, he's already in a square with Uranus. He's just slowly moving back into the exact place of it. But, Uranus is the higher harmonic of Mercury, and it's the higher thought. It's also the telepathic communication. It's connection to the whole wide world via the net, but also via instinct, our inbuilt human telepathy, which I absolutely believe exists and that we've just forgotten or don't even know we can do it. But I really do think we're just as connected as every other creature that appears to be able to telepathically know what's going on between other members of its species. So, the sort of feeling of groupthink and telepathy and group movement. And, Uranus is independent, challenging, rebellious, truth-seeking. It wants to reveal everything that is hidden. Uranus is like a streaker. It's like, no, I don't want these clothes on. It just strips bare. It clears the room. It absolutely gets rid of everything because it wants to get everything at the naked level, the naked truth. And it is shocking. It's not hidden. Uranus strips things down. And so you've got Mercury in a square to Uranus. Uranus is up here at the 10th house. So you may well find that there are things going on in the world because the 10th house is very much about our outer world and how we feature in it and how we stand in that world. It might feel like when you're stood in the world and being yourself that you might be being shocked by what you're seeing, but actually you might be shocking in yourself. People might be shocked by what you're saying and what you're doing. So it feels like there's a bit of a shock fest going on when you step out of your safety. It feels like there is some danger, but also a need for independence. It's a restlessness to do your own thing, a real deep restlessness and an itch, an urge, that you have to be yourself, really have to be yourself. And Mercury retrograde going back into the sign of Leo in a square to Uranus is saying, do it. Do it. Be yourself already. Just be yourself. like absolutely let the hidden part of you, that part of you that you've kept hidden because, people have kind of been like, I don't like that version of you. Get back in your box. And you're like, yes, okay. And actually, out of all the box tickers, I don't think you're real in the box kind of people, you Leo people. But, there is this kind of, you need to get back in your box. We don't like that part of you. That's a little bit too outrageous. It's a bit too this, a bit too that. But now, this Mercury square Uranus is saying, I'm not going to do that anymore. Screw that box. Let's bash bash the hell out of that box, and we're like cracking it open, and we're saying, no, to hell with the box, I'm me now. And that's the impulse that's really wanting to come out, I think. Now, you might realize something about yourself at that point. And it doesn't matter if you do it on the 18th or the 19th or around that time. And you don't have to do it, by the way, it's not obligatory, but there is the energy of shock and revelation. So on the 19th, it's the day of the full moon. And, so we've got Mercury Cazimi, which is, when Mercury is lifted up by the sun is your ruling planet. So it's like your ruling planet, and Mercury retrograde is like, boy, are you going to think differently at this point? Woohoo! And then on the same day, the moon is in opposition. The full moon is in opposition to Mercury Cazimi. So it's like saying, the full range of emotions that you can reach today somehow help you to have a moment of absolute utter genius. Wasn't that interesting? And there's also the tension from really wanting to be yourself. So it feels like, yes, there's pressures and strong emotions from the people in your life, like Aquarius, 7th house, and pressures from people as to how you're meant to be in the public domain. And then there's you that's just like, I am feeling this impulse to be completely me and to shine, really shine bright, and to be known for who I am. So that's big. So this second part is, I think, where you come. I don't want to call it the shining because it just sounds so sinister, but I want to call it like the rise and shine, like the waking up moment, where you're coming back to your senses and realize that, yes, you've shone in the past, and yes, you're happy to let yourself forwards in some ways, in some respects, but actually you haven't done it enough. And maybe the world actually does need you. Maybe the world needs unadulterated you. Maybe the world needs to see exactly who you are right now, without all these little pretenses and these masks that you've put on to hide who you are in case somebody discovers who you really are. Oh my God. You're meant to be sort of, this is you stripping off. This is you streaking. And you might not be comfortable with it. And that, I think, might be the realization. It's like, okay, I'm uncomfortable about being completely myself, and yet I'm more in discomfort hiding who I am. And so there's that choice. And, once you know that choice is on the table, then you've got something to work towards. And you might find that in time you get more and more comfortable with really being yourself. And I think some of that does also come with age. Now, I've lost my mouse. There it is. In this next phase, I see this as an acceptance phase. And the first thing that I would say is Mercury retrograde comes into a lovely trine with Chiron. Now, this is quite great because the last Mercury retrograde, which was going through the sign of Aries, Mercury went over Chiron 3 times during that period. And so really got the sort of flavor of the pain and the trauma that comes up. And of course, we had, the first solar eclipse around that time, right on Chiron. So it was, April was a very, very dramatic time. I think it was April the 8th off the top of my head. There was a lot going on and a lot of pain coming up for us. I think a lot of people were like, oh yeah, whew, that's tight, that's difficult. Now we've got the chance to reveal it and let it go. Anything that's residual from that time, you can let go of. In fact, anything that's residual from that time is probably playing out right now. So this, you could say that this whole year, this whole time has been coming up to meet you and greet you and to say, it's time to take off that mask. You're beautiful enough the way you are. Oh, that made me feel quite tearful. That just came through me. I never know what I'm saying, by the way. This is all just like, I just like get pulled where I'm supposed to go. But wow, that really needed to be said. You are absolutely beautiful enough the way you are. Wow. I hope you really feel that. Really do. Whew. So yeah, Chiron is there to do that for you, to help you integrate that energy, to help you really know that you are okay the way you are. And on the 24th, that's really humbled me, that has. On the 24th, Mars is in a lovely sextile with Mercury in your first, and it's almost like Mars is encouraging you. It's not just you that can feel confident. Other people are confident in you. Maybe you've shared with somebody, you know what, I think I'm actually going to do that thing I said I was going to do that I've been a bit too afraid to do. And they're like, oh, fantastic. We've been waiting for this moment. So I do think there are people there that want to support you, to bring you forwards and to help you make that leap. And then from the 29th, as Mercury goes direct again, it's like you've done exactly what you needed to do. You have absolutely put into perspective your true value. And you knew all along that you had to just go deeper into yourself and deeper into the drama, deeper into the color, the texture, the fun, the innocence, storytelling, and live life a bit bigger than you've been living. You're here to create a much bigger context for yourself. And so I really, really hope that you move forwards in your life with that beautiful context. So there you go. I'm going to leave that there. Now, if that has moved you as much as it's moved me, you might choose to work with me. And if you do, then just invite me. My details are just below in the description. But yeah, really sending you lots of love. I really got a feel for what you needed there. So sending you lots of love, and let's connect again real soon. Bye for now. Hey Virgo. So these readings are to unpack the Mercury retrograde of August 2024. Now, this is the first retrograde that is an earth-based one. The rest of the retrogrades this year are really, really fiery. So Aries, this one starts in Virgo but goes into Leo, which is another fire sign, and the last one of this year is in Sagittarius. So, it's interesting that it starts in your sign, which Mercury is your ruler as well. So this is a very special retrograde. And I can understand that, retrogrades feel a bit scary for people who have a big Virgo theme, because you're coming out of the pattern of rationality that you understand the most. There's a lot of ease in understanding how things fit together and how things have a neat little pattern and how you know what to expect, etc., etc. So let's make some sense of this. Now, before we go any further, I am going to say that I am going to go through this step by step. There are 4 distinct phases and probably a few big faces you'll be making, because each of these phases is bringing up a different kind of energy, a different kind of feeling. And I also want to know, or I want to share with you, that although this is aimed at people with a Virgo rising or Virgo ascendant, and if you do have a Virgo ascendant, then take this as an overview for your whole life. This is about a very whole reading for you. But these readings, I say it in plural because you might not have your sun or moon in the sign of Virgo. But if you've got your moon sign in Virgo, then take this as a reading for your soul, for your emotions, for your psyche, for that inner child, that smaller you, but no less magnificent you, that you that is slightly hidden. That's where your moon is. So take that as a message for you. And if you've got Virgo sun, you might want to listen to this and take it as a reading to boost up your personality, to understand the integral you, that you that you know the most. That real you that your friends really know. Oh yeah, she's a Virgo. Oh, yeah, definitely. So let's go through this step by step. First thing I want to point out is where Mercury retrograde starts at 4 degrees in the sign of Virgo, and it heads back to 21 degrees in the sign of Leo. And on the 29th of August, it starts moving forwards. And then by the 12th of September, it's cleared the start of the retrograde. Therefore, it's out of the retrograde shadow. Now, this chart has been sort of designed on a whole sign, Western tropical basis. And as such, what I want to share is, the energy here really starts at the point of your body, your birthing, who you appear to be, how people sort of recognize you. Kind of like your personal brand, and it moves back into that place of, I don't want to say unraveling because that seems a bit rude, but that part of you that you tend to keep really secret, that part of you that is possibly secret from you. It's almost like your blind spot, the part in the I was going to say cafe then, I don't know why, in the cellar or in the attic that you keep hidden, you know, like where all of your old thoughts and memories are kept. It's like a record keeper, I think, the 12th house. And it can show your self-sabotage and things like that, all those belief systems that maybe are in place to keep you safe, but you don't always know why or how they've arisen. You know, it's a place of secrets. I was going to say darkness. It's not necessarily dark. It doesn't have to be dark, but it does appear that way. But Mercury retrograde essentially is starting at the point of your personality, you know, at the point of like how people experience you and your body. And it's going into the 12th house and the beliefs that keep you in this place. So this is almost going into your operating system, and this is the application. So it starts here, you know, and then it goes into your operating system, and it's working at that level. Now Mercury, it starts its retrograde in Virgo, which is really quite a rational sign, and a sign that really wants to get fit and get really healthy and clean and hygienic. There's a really strong sense of being at service, and you can be at service so much more when everything works well, right? And so there is this, I think with this Virgo, this Mercury retrograde in Virgo, to me, it feels like whatever you're going through right now is to actually ultimately help more people and to help you so much more, and to put things in perspective in such a way that you'll be able to be a lot more functional. So even if it appears to be taking you into a place where you might not feel very confident, the 12th house isn't a place where we seem to feel that empowered often. It's actually taking you somewhere where you'll feel uncomfortable enough to learn something. And that's a really strong place, actually. Now, the first 10 days of this retrograde, I think, are gentle. It's creating a sense of curiosity, but mostly it's creating a reconnection. So, for instance, Mercury on the 6th, which was just yesterday, I'm recording this a couple of days in, but Mercury made a conjunction with the moon, and it often connects our feelings and our voice. So we talk more, and, you know, because it's going retrograde, I think Mercury's sort of more internal. We're hearing our internal voice. We are connecting into what we really think. We're able to vocalize what we really think. We're able to hear ourselves say what we need to hear. And then on the 8th, Mercury's connecting in a conjunction to Venus in the sign of Virgo. And, you know, Venus is very sensuous. You know, she's about relating and connecting. And so we have this ability to connect into our feelings and our body, and to feel a lot more connected to everything, not just our thoughts rigid in our brain, but to other people and to ourselves and to our body, to our instincts. So we are feeling this kind of reconnection, and we're able to articulate it, feel it, you know, and it is taking us backwards. It's taking us inwards. It's not outwardly, you know, both the moon and Venus are yielding. You know, they're not thrusting. They're not pushing out like the sun or Mars. They're receiving, they're receptive. So Mercury is coming in to talk to you, and for you to hear yourself think, for you to hear your body talk, for you to hear the sort of unheard, unverbalized communication between you and your partner, or you and your kids, or, you know, you and the person you might be serving or something. You know, this is about the unspoken. And then on the 13th, just before Mercury goes into the sign of Leo, Mercury makes a square to the moon at that point in Sagittarius. And I see this as a bit of a crisis point, because it feels like the initial reconnection to your feelings and the empathy and the compassion and the inner talk, all of a sudden, you know, you're being challenged. Mercury, your body, your intuition is saying you're not listening enough. You need to listen a lot more. So the moon in the 4th house is really, really sort of emotional at home. There's stuff going on at home, and you're kind of oblivious to it in your personality. It's like jolting you to say, come on, you need to really pay attention. Now, on the 15th, I think things start to really change. You know, you are brought back into this more imaginal space of richness and stories. And the sign of Leo absolutely has a load of stories, has a load of drama, has almost like these performances, these plays going on inside the head. And so Mercury coming into the sign of Leo for you is, I think, awakening the self-talk and awakening the old memories, awakening the old stories, remembering. And maybe this square to the moon in the fourth is really bringing it up too, because the fourth is absolutely about our home, but also our childhood, and also the behaviors that have come from our childhood experiences. And also on that particular day, on the 15th, as it goes back into Leo, by that point, Mercury is in a trine to the moon. So again, Mercury is now reconnected and hearing the stories again. So it feels like you are back in this, like I trained in hypnotherapy. Seeing this, to me, it's almost like an induction with somebody. So you're working with a patient and, they are going into hypnosis, but they're not quite there. There's still some resistance. They're not ready. They're not fully primed. They're not quite relaxed enough. And then when Mercury retrograde goes into Leo, that's like when the client goes, and starts to open up their mind, so that their mind is a resource that is there to help them, is there to support them, is there to give them every story that they might need to be able to make sense of what they need to do right now. And that's the beauty of the 12th house. That's why I don't think it's a place that you should be afraid of. I think this is a place of unlimited potential, absolutely unlimited potential. Now, this is where the bulk of this Mercury retrograde energy is going, because on the 18th, Mercury has gone into an exact square to Uranus. Now, Uranus and Mercury are quite good bedfellows. They are about the mind. Mercury is very sort of much the sort of muggle mind, the human mind. And Uranus is absolutely the higher harmonic of thought. It is consciousness itself. I think it is anyway. It is all about the unseen consciousness. It's the telepathic connection with all human beings. It is that connection with all of consciousness. It's that ability to channel truth. And Uranus absolutely wants to strip everything bare. Uranus absolutely wants to uncover everything, reveal everything. It doesn't like things that are hidden. It absolutely has to reveal it all. And that brings about deep level of change, but also sometimes shock and pain, and sort of a cataclysmic sort of energy. Now, where is this happening? Well, your Mercury's in the 12th house, which is absolutely about your inner workings. And Uranus here is in the 9th house. Now, you could get shocked by what you read in the news. The 9th house really comes across as an expert. Everything in the 9th house seems to be trying to put some kind of ideological idea into your frame of reference. It could be coming from the news. It could be coming from books. It's a place of spirituality, beliefs, legal stuff, philosophical stuff. Also, everything that's outside of your realm of being. So you might find that what's happening around the 18th and 19th is there are shocks that are coming to you from sources completely outside of your realm of experience, and sold to you as if you have to give a damn about it right now, because it's going to impact you. And if you don't do something about it, it's absolutely your fault. And that may or may not be true. And it's up to you whether you take that on as your own, or if you're able to say that's information. And actually, I'm deciding right now to calmly consider everything, to see how it sits in me. Does that fit with my inner mentality? Does that hurt me? Does that heal me? Now, this also could be a time of shocking revelations because of what you're seeking out yourself. So you might, go to a bookshop and buy a book that looks like it's going to give you a spiritual understanding. And then boom, you find your book and it sets you off on a new path. You might watch a movie or something. The 9th house is absolutely about broadcasts as well. So, be very careful what goes in your mind around the 18th, 19th, because your unconscious mind is wide open to what is being filled in it from this area. So if you don't want to be shocked or frightened, because there's a lot of fear in this place, if you don't want to be completely manipulated by everyone else's agendas, don't watch the news, don't read Twitter, don't do this. But if you feel completely comfortable and you're seeking it out because you know you've got the strength to be able to take it all as information, sit with it and think, is this true? Is this not true? How does this feel for me? Then do that. So there's lots going on there, and it could really work for you. It might not work for you. So my advice is to consciously use that energy in a way that's good. So the ninth house is also about writing, memoirs. It's about learning. It's about stretching your mentality and your being into other realms. You know, it's not a house of travel for no reason. You know, it is exotic. You could explore and use Mercury retrograde in your 12th house to tell you what you want to expand on. So this could be really, really great. Either way, I do think with this Mercury retrograde, there are things that are creating changes in the way your brain is linking up. You know, there is a change in a behavior. There is this thinking that, wow, I've got this new thought, which I think is true. What this means is, oh, maybe that belief wasn't quite right. Or, you know, so there's a lot of stuff going on. It feels like there's a recalibration going on. Now, as we come into this next part, really from the 21st, I would say, we're coming into a new part of this Mercury retrograde, and that's a time for integration. I really do believe that, because we've got this lovely trine to Chiron in Aries. Now, I should say that the last Mercury retrograde, Mercury just before the retrograde went over Chiron, then he retrograded onto Chiron, and then went forwards again over Chiron. So, you know, Mercury and Chiron connected in a conjunction 3 times. And that was a very, very highly sensitive part of the year, you know, where we were really connecting into trauma. There was a lot of people talking about their hurts and upsets around, you know, March, April time. So this was, you know, whether you made a change from that time or not, I don't know, but now is a much safer time. Now it feels like it's much easier to integrate what you're learning. And maybe what's happened this year is that you've been kind of broken down a little bit over the months. I don't mean that in a rude way, that you've been crushed. That's not what I'm saying. But maybe some of the things that you've held as immutable truths have been just changed, just punctured a little bit, just worn down a little bit. You know, we all have these ways of being, and some of them suit us and some of us don't. And I think the ones that really aren't for us get really worked on by life. We get all the evidence. If we're not ready to hear it ourselves, life shows us where it's not quite working. And so whatever's not quite working, I think, is going to become really obvious to you during this time. And so this integration time, it's like whatever you've been working on for a really long time is being changed, being altered, being recalibrated, and you're starting to move forwards. From the 24th, when Mercury retrograde connects in with Mars in a lovely sextile in the 10th house, it feels like you can actually step forwards with a lot of confidence that actually this new aspect of you is going to help you in life. It's going to help you stand stronger. It's going to help you have a lot more belief in yourself. And that's where it's at, really, because as Mercury moves forward again from this point and clears the start of this retrograde, you know, Mercury is moving forwards in your first house again, which to me is about you enjoying being who you are, enjoying communicating, enjoying sharing what you know about the world and how you are related to everyone else within this world. So I hope that's helpful for you, Virgo. If I can be of any more assistance, then just get in touch. You can choose to work with me if you want to. All my details are below. But yeah, sending you lots of love for this Mercury retrograde. Hope it goes well and look forward to connecting in with you real soon. Bye for now. Hey, Libra. So this is your forecast. Now, usually I just talk about this from the perspective of a Libra and ascendant. And in recent months, people have been telling me how useful this has been for their Libra sun and also Libra moon. So here's how this could work for you. You know, if you've got a Libra moon, this reading, like, read this reading as a message to your soul or your heart or your inner child. If your sun is in Libra, read this as a reading for your personality, that area of self-expression, how you express yourself. Take that as a reading for that. If you've got Libra rising, then this is really a reading about how this Mercury retrograde is going to play out in your life. Like, what areas is it lighting up in your life? So hopefully this will be useful. And if you've got Libra ascendant and your sun and moon are in other signs, then you might also consider having a wee listen to those signs from the perspective of your emotional self, your inner child, and also from the perspective of your expressed self. So this retrograde then, this is the second of our fire sign retrogrades. There's another one in December in the sign of Sagittarius. But this Mercury retrograde, it starts in Virgo, but heads back into Leo, spends most of its time in the fire sign Leo. Now, where this is, this chart is set up with a whole sign Western tropical mindset. It's set up that way. And Mercury, starts his retrograde in the 12th area of your chart. This is very much about your unconscious mind, needing a rest. It is about our hidden sabotages, our hidden psychology, what we can't quite see, what's in our blind spot. And also a place of our deepest intuition, our deepest knowing, our connection to endlessness. I see it as a place where we might unravel. I see, the first house right the way through, like at the start, it's about how we're starting our story. I think the 12th house is very much about how our stories are unraveling and how we're letting go of them. So it's interesting that the retrograde is starting here. Now, as it moves into the sign of Leo, it is coming into a place of collaboration, of friendships, of co-creation, of the law of attraction, I think, because we're collaborating with something bigger outside of ourselves. And the 11th house is very much about, who is helping us and what are we part of? It's part of a global vision. It's part of a vision that you might share with your friends. It's part of a network. It's part of so many different things. I do think of it as a place of hopes and dreams that we can connect to. So it's interesting, where this is starting from a place of our possible unraveling, from a place of wanting to almost let go of things. We're actually being pulled back into the realm of stories that we're creating with people, of new visions that we're creating with people, almost as if we've got to learn something from that point before we can rest our minds for a bit. So this particular reading is in 4 phases. And the first part, I think, is taking place in the first 10 days. It really represents to me a kind of puzzled look. Like if we had if we were observing our emotions at that point and sort of showing what face we had at that time, we would be in a bit of a puzzled state, because anything going through the 12th often leaves us feeling a bit confused, a bit ponderous. And Mercury retrograde is definitely getting us scratching our heads and thinking. The 12th house is also very intuitive, and of course, if you've got Libra rising, you do all of your signs and houses in opposition to what they really represent. The sign of Virgo typically is about the rational mind and rationality. And it's so interesting that, where Virgo shows up in your chart, it's in a place of irrationality or in a place of intuition and in a place of unboundaried regard for things, it's almost like you could collect a lot of information in your unconscious mind. It's interesting that now I'm talking about the unconscious mind in this 12th house. I really feel like my own thought process is particularly slow and confused. It's almost like I'm channeling the energy of this particular chart. So what's happening in this first 10 days then? Let's speed this up a bit. The Mercury goes into a conjunction with the moon. That happened yesterday. That's about connecting us to our voice, where we can talk more freely, more openly about what's going on. It's connecting our mind and our heart, our mind and our soul, our mind and our body, connecting what's rational and like what we consider to be real thoughts, real communication, to what appears to be mysterious. Like the moon represents, these mysterious feelings and emotions and stuff. So I do think that, the conjunction with the moon is opening up the whole retrograde to intuition. On the 8th, which is tomorrow, the Venus goes into a conjunction with Mercury, connecting us into our need to relate to others and our relationship to our body and our senses. Venus is very sensual. So, what we're feeling in our skin, what we're seeing with our eyes, hearing with our ears, sensing with our mouth, through taste and smell and stuff like that. It's very sensuous. So, both the moon and Venus are yielding, receptive planets. They're not thrusting and pushing. They are receptive. They're feminine. And so Mercury connecting with these two feminine planets in this first few days of going retrograde, to me, is saying that this is an inner job. We need to move inwards to understand the gifts that Mercury retrograde is giving us. And we have to connect into our body. We have to connect into our inner voice, our inner child. Everything that is usually unexpressed and unheard and unseen is needing a voice. It's coming out. It's coming up to be connected. Now, on the 13th, a couple of days before Mercury actually goes back into the sign of Leo, we've got a connection between Mercury and the Sun in a square. And that is really, really tight on the 13th. And it's giving us a bit of a poke to go even deeper into connection with our instincts and go deeper with what is unspoken about our lives. The moon here in the 3rd house is really saying that there's a lot of mysteries going on in terms of our neighborhoods and our communities and our old friends and siblings and stuff, and what we've learned. There's a lot of emotions that are still churning on inside of us about that, and we can rethink it over as Mercury's retrograde through this place of memories. We can remember these things, but we're being pushed to really recognize them and to really pay attention. And then when Mercury goes into the sign of Leo on the 15th, on that day, the moon has actually moved into a trine with, is it a trine? Hang on. I'm getting confused here. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry about that. I couldn't quite visualize it. The trine is happening here, isn't it? Yeah, it appears that Mercury is just here at the end of Leo, and the moon is here at the end of Sagittarius. I just couldn't in that moment see it in my mind's eye. So yeah, Mercury and the moon are starting to work together to really get you thinking, to really get you working through the idea of the secrets of how you are in community. How are you in processing those old emotions to do with people? Because obviously in the sign of Leo, it's really coming up about our shared vision, our shared goals. I do think the 3rd and the 11th house have some similarities. The 3rd house, very much about our early interactions in the school playgrounds, at school, in making our friends. And then 11th house, which is absolutely in a place of what we're collaborating on with networks and friends and our global reach. How outward are we? They are both very networked. We learn a lot from those interactions. And so, at some level, this square turning into a trine later is really helping us to see that some of what we're working out here takes place in the 3rd house. Now, whatever we're becoming aware of during this time, we're into the shocking revelation and awakening, waking up time. This part of the Mercury retrograde has some very, very strong aspects to it. So on the 18th, Mercury has rolled back far enough to go into an exact square with Uranus. Now, Uranus is in the 8th. Now, Uranus in the 8th is not very easy to work with necessarily, but it's been there in your chart for a long time. It's awakening you to old traumas. It's awakening you to old rubbish, old expectations that people have put on you, old regrets, old anger, old shame, blame, guilt, lots of kind of difficult emotions because of other people's values and also your values for other people's behaviors. It's all a big sort of value fest. It's, you know, it's not here where you're valuing yourself. It's how am I valued because of other people? You know, it's got to do with other people's ideas. And again, this really fits into the 11th house, which is about the vision that you're creating with other people and your networks and your friendships and how connected you are. Because to the extent that you are free from other people's expectations, you can probably create very powerful global dreams together, and you can probably create lots of good times and strength and loyalty and stuff. But if you've got some kind of psychic debris between you, or if you're carrying other people's expectations from, you know, previous lifetimes or previous relationships that you're now bringing in through projection into your relationships, and they're doing the same, I mean, it's quite difficult. So this particular square on the 18th is bringing up a lot of stuff. In particular about, you know, what belongs to you and what doesn't belong to you, what you want to take on, what you don't want to take on. And can you get really, really clear about when somebody is calling you something or saying, oh, that's just like this, or you're like that? Can you see it as information and move beyond it? Or, you know, can you have a conversation about it? Because there is something definitely going on. Now, also Uranus here is talking about the global shame, the global blame, the global guilt, the global resentment, the global anger. There's a lot of it around. And Uranus obviously connects us into everything. Human consciousness, it's the higher harmonic of Mercury. And Mercury retrograde here is your experience with your, you know, your friends and networks and the people that you might be aligned towards and share a vision with. So it's interesting. You might share a vision with people and yet at some level pick up on this global energy, this global shame, you know, all these dark emotions. The 8th house really shows us what is ready to transform, what is ready to be let go of, what is ready to surrender beyond, you know, to let go of completely. So there's some very, very strong emotions going on for you. And I don't suppose you'll be surprised because you've had a humdinger of a year, really. You've had, you know, with Chiron going through Aries, you know, you've had a lot of stuff going on, in particular that really, oh, wow. I mean, so much like the North Node in a conjunction with Chiron in your 7th house. And then, you know, the solar eclipse happening right on Chiron. Now, here's the thing. The last Mercury retrograde that happened in the sign of Aries. And so Mercury went over Chiron, then retrograded over him again, then went over him again. And Chiron brings up our old traumas and our feeling of vulnerability. It shows where we feel absolutely vulnerable and raw and where we feel like we are under attack. And so having Mercury retrograde over it is really, you know, you have been absolutely exposed in this last year. It feels like anything that you were trying to keep to yourself, anything that you felt vulnerable about that you didn't want anyone else to hear about, it feels like you've been exposed. Really what's happened is you've exposed to yourself how vulnerable and delicate you feel at times. And with the North Node going through here and the South Node going through here, really this whole time has been getting you to come back to yourself and realize that your true beauty, your true value, your true, like everything has to be felt through you. You know, it's reminding you that you were born perfect, actually. I think, you know, with the South Node as it comes back through this area, it's here to remind you that you were born perfect. And I know there'll be different, you know, religious people that might say, no, you can't say that. But that's my true, honest belief that we are born in innocence, not that we're born in sin. And apologies, I'm not trying to offend anyone if, you know, if I have. So yeah, you've had a really, really strong year, and everything that has come up from April, I see now during this Mercury retrograde as being resolvable. You know, I really see that this retrograde is giving you the chance to resolve things because the emotions are so big from people right now and from the collective, and you've had a gut full of everyone else's stuff that they've been kind of loading on your shoulders, weighing you down and saying, oh, Libra will do it. Don't worry, no worries. And so actually you've had your fill of it. Now, here's the thing where it starts to change. Actually, just before it changes, I just want to share something else. So the 18th is a pretty big day, but the day gets bigger as it goes into the 19th. You know, these 2 days are kind of merging into one. The 19th, thank you. The 19th is the day of the Cazimi. So Mercury Cazimi is here. It's where Mercury is lifted up into the energy of the sun, the heart of the sun. And so this energy is about Mercury having a brainwave. It's about Mercury going, oh my God, Eureka, I've got it, you know? And so it feels like out of the pressure, you know how they say that a diamond, you know, has just had, basically to become a diamond, you have to take this extreme pressure and boom, there it is. You know, everything compacts down to make this beautiful, shiny, clear diamond, you know, with so much clarity and brilliance, and it shines, ta-da. And, you know, that we all need to take a certain amount of pressure to really, really find who we are. Well, you know, the 19th is a big day. You know, the Cazimi day, Mercury retrograde, this Cazimi is through, your brainwave is through thinking differently. Your brainwave is through thinking about past stuff in a new way. Your brainwave is, I think, related to letting go. But what else is happening on the 19th? Well, we've got the full moon in Aquarius. The full moon is in opposition to the Cazimi. So like the fullness of the emotions, of the collective emotions from your emotions, the fullness of it is creating change for you to have a brainwave about. On the day of the full moon, obviously, Uranus is in a square to the sun, in a square to Mercury retrograde in Cazimi, and is in an exact square to the moon too. So there's this big T square. Now, if you think about it, Uranus is also about individuality, rebelliousness, breaking free, and stripping everything bare so you actually see what's underneath the issue. So there's this very, very strong theme going on there about looking beyond all of the massive emotions and looking underneath. What is it all about? It's not about the emotions, funnily enough. You know, the resolving factor here is to go beyond, to kind of dive underneath the emotions, because the emotions are started, but, you know, like the thread that all of these emotions are kind of hanging on, you know, it's probably really small, and it would have come with one decision, one moment, one slip of your consciousness, you know, one moment where it seemed like such and such happened, and then that belief formed, and it informed your listening, and it informed your conscious mind to look for similar patterns, and every time that pattern showed up, you felt justified to feel that emotion again and feel that panic, feel that trauma. So these things, they look much bigger than they are, and then when you get underneath, you'll find that the thing that's holding it, what I'm seeing here, and why I'm sort of like describing it with my hands as this tiny thread and then all these things coming off it. I'm seeing it like seaweed. You know, like if you see seaweed, when it is connected, it's connected by a tiny little thread to a little stone, you know, and I look for seaweed and I take the bits that are free, not the bits that are connected to a stone that's still sort of planted. But, you know, I love seaweed. And, you know, when you see it, it's always, its roots are hardly there. And I think that's what's going on here, that there has been this big buildup of emotions and expectations and things layered in so many different ways, interwoven. And underneath it all, there is this brainwave moment where you see that what is connecting it is tiny. And it's not insignificant, but it's something that can be worked on. Now, on the same day as well, there is also the start of the Jupiter and Saturn squares. So Saturn's here, Jupiter's here. Just so happens also that Venus is in complete opposition to Saturn. So there's another exact T square going on the 19th. So the pressures are coming from all over, but it's almost like when you're pressured, when you have that moment, and it doesn't appear that you have much time, and it just feels like, all of a sudden you can think about it. I was writing to somebody earlier today, about how I've managed to do more since I've been a mum than before when I wasn't a mum. The funny thing is, when I had a lot of time and didn't have as many pressures, I actually didn't achieve as much as I do now since I've had children and running this, working with my clients and doing something joint with my husband as well. It's funny. Do you time travel? Do you bend time? I really don't know how it happens. But what I really think is when when you're under immense pressure, you naturally find new ways of doing things. And I think this is what's going on for you right now, is this retrograde is showing you that you've had enough of this pressure now, and it's going to take new thinking, a new thought, maybe just one new thought, that all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, when I change that, and all of a sudden you realize there's this new way forwards. And I don't know what it is, but this is the potential of this particular week, which is, I think, really quite shocking, but it's also a revelation. You know, it's not there to ruin you. It's there to help you see. Sometimes we need that little, you know, that sort of push to realize, you know, that thing to push against, to realize that we're still there. And actually there's something that is moving us forward. So this is a time of revelations. This is a time where you're making a decision. And I'm excited. And it's clearing up a lot of this, because actually, as we come into this next phase, which is the acceptance, the integration, the forgiveness, the coming back to life, coming back to yourself. This is really deep, because on the 23rd, Mercury retrograde is making a trine to Chiron. That's what I was talking about before. You know, so anything that's been lingering, definitely back to April and beyond April, when you were really vulnerable with Mercury retrograde over Chiron, now it's in a much better relationship. That time that has passed, you know, those 4 months that have passed since the last retrograde have given you lots of different experiences and perspectives, and that new information is that thing that allows you to say, okay, I see this now, I see it exactly, I see it clearly, and yeah, I know what I need to integrate, or I know what choice I need to make here. And so yeah, there's an integration, there's this feeling of clarity, this new direction to move forwards, which is mirrored on the 24th by the sextile to Gemini, the sextile to Mars in Gemini, which is giving you the confidence to move forward. So it's like, yeah, this is possibly pulling you apart a little bit, you know, putting you under pressure to make you stronger. And I don't mean it like a little bit of pressure is going to turn it all around. But to me, it just feels like, actually, that is what I'm saying, but I don't mean it to sound like that. I don't mean it to sound like, hey, little Libra, go on, you can just do it, you know, because you've had a really tough year. But I do want to say, hang in there. And I do want to share with you that as you come beyond this, you're really starting to cook on gas. And some of the difficulty of having the North Node going through here and the South Node going through here is changing and transforming now. You know, the North Node does seem to affect us more at the beginning, I think, you know, because we're getting into that new pattern, and you're moving beyond that pattern and starting to realize that, you know, you have to honor yourself first. You really do. So this is definitely a time of integration and a time to move forwards again. Now, as Mercury goes direct, starts moving forwards again, he'll go back into the sign of Virgo. As he's moving forwards again, it's like you can start to have that global vision again, that global idea of how your goals, how your visions line up to the other people in your life, to the other networks. And it kind of all comes out through you. I'm seeing like a, how is it? What's the word? I can't remember the word for it. Like a fractal. You're in the center, you're the central pattern. And as you come out of this fractal sort of energy, the energy is repeated, and it comes out and it comes out and it comes out in almost like layers. So it's more like an onion fractal, which sounds really gross. But, you know, what you're learning about yourself and what you will take and how you'll take it and how you'll react to people. And maybe you won't be as accommodating and nice. Maybe you'll be saying, well, I can help you with that, but only when I've got comfortable with that idea. You know, you'll be putting yourself first. So as you're putting yourself first, it feels like you can start to see the vision again that you share with your family, maybe with your kids, maybe with your partner, maybe with your friends, maybe with your sort of mum and dad and siblings, and maybe with your community, and maybe how you fit into that vision beyond that, beyond your local community to your town, to your city, and so on and so forth. Maybe you'll take it up as far as being a citizen of the earth, but it really rests on you. And that's what I'm really getting from this Mercury retrograde for you. And yeah, from the 12th, it's all sort of passed out. Now, with everyone else and their forecasts, I'm really thinking that as Mercury moves beyond this, we kind of start over again, and we're kind of cooking on gas again with our Mercury minds. But I do want to sort of add in that, you know, Mercury is going through a very sensitive part of your chart. So, you know, until Mercury clears and comes into your first house, and I can tell you when that is. Hang on. Mercury's going into Libra on the 26th of September. So when Mercury's sort of picked up speed again and is moving through here, I really feel that everything that's been going on will make sense in a way that you can communicate out. So I actually think, you know, throughout September, you might be mentally a little bit, not tired, but slightly more reflective, slightly more whimsical. It's a really good time to journal, a really good time to meditate, a really good time to chat with coaches, to chat with people you really trust, and to start testing, like future testing your ideas, you know, in your imagination. You know, one thing I used to work with people with timeline therapy, you know, once we've created this new seed point of where you might be going, you know, I'll ask you, you know, well, can you see how that plays out in a year's time? What changes have occurred? What changes have occurred in 5 years' time? How's that playing out in 10 years' time? How's that affected your relationships? So I really see that for the rest of September, in your mind, you might want to play through different scenarios and see how the changing perspective of how you treat yourself and put yourself first, how that reverberates, how that changes your whole perspective, and as such changes the whole world around you. Now, that's not to say that you're going to have a terrible time or not do much in September, because there's always a ton of other things going on, and you've got your ruling planet actually going through your first house throughout the whole of September, which is utterly glamorous and great. So, you know, don't feel bad. This is a really, really deep change you're going through. So there you go. I hope that's helpful to you, Libra. If you do want to check in with me, feel free. All my details are below. Just literally book an appointment with me and we can take it from there. But anyway, lots and lots of love to you, and speak to you real soon. Bye for now. Hey there, Scorpio. So this is a reading which you can take as the Scorpio ascendant. If you have a Scorpio sun or a Scorpio moon, you could also pay attention. Now, I do define it slightly differently. I would say that for a Scorpio ascendant, this message, this forecast is absolutely about your life and how it lays out, how it presents itself. Very much about your body and like who you were born to be. If you are listening to this and you've got Scorpio sun, then this is more about how you're shining your light, less about how you're being, but more about maybe your purpose. Like, what are you expressing in life? What are you wanting to like push out into the world? Now, if you've got Scorpio moon, you might consider this from the perspective of your psyche. Like, what does your heart need you to know right now? What does your inner child want to speak to you? What might you use your intuition for? So take the readings in the way that relate to the particular thing that you're looking at it from. I've got an annoying fly that obviously wants to tell me something, but I'm not listening, because this is about you right now. This is about the Scorpio energy as it is experiencing the Virgo Mercury retrograde in August 2024. So let's have a look at this now. You'll see that I'm breaking this down into kind of 4 sections. The first 10 days have a particular feel to them. The middle bit in between, say from the 15th to the 20th, 21st of August, has a very sort of transformational kind of feel to it. It's slightly shocking. It's waking people up a bit. And then from the 21st to, say, the 29th, the last week or so, it's really about moving forwards and how you're integrating all the energies. And then beyond that, it's how you're moving forwards and kind of moving forwards from this new perspective. So this is quite a deep acting one. You know, Mercury is a ruler of the sign of Gemini and also Virgo. So, you know, this is starting in one of Mercury's own signs. And from your perspective, it's really drawing in the themes of collaboration and cooperation and friendships and networks, you know, the sort of shared goals that you might be involved in, how you maintain a global vision, what your hopes and dreams are for your life and for the planet. You know, the 11th house, like the area where this particular Mercury retrograde is sort of impacting in the Scorpio psyche, I would say it's really drawing on the sort of global relationship that the relationship that you have to the rest of humanity. You know, it's and that sounds pretty dramatic, I have to say, but it's pretty deep. You know, this is really drawing on some big stuff about how you are in the world and how you are connecting, impacting, dreaming, working, creating with other people all around. You know, that's why I'm doing that kind of weird dance. It's, you know, I'm seeing all these different areas that you might have a foothold in, be a stakeholder of, for instance. Now, as Mercury goes retrograde, it's pulling you back actually to your output. It's pulling you back into that sign of Leo, which for you has a really strong sense of revealing yourself, being seen in the public, being seen as a commodity, being seen for your output. Like, what are you putting out into the world? How are you appreciated? How are you recognized? And what that might mean to you. So yeah, there's some there's a really strong theme for this retrograde. You know, I would say it's taking you from the global vision and how you seek to be in relation to all that is, and to make it stronger, you're having to go back and reassess what your output is and what the flavor of your output is and how you might get recognized. And from that position, you're learning something that helps you have a stronger global connection to everyone. So for instance, like, you know, if you're somebody who has a global business, you might find that this this retrograde makes you much more stronger to reach out to a whole new market of people, you know, or to a whole new market of supporters, or a whole new way of learning by expanding out. So this is quite important, especially, you know, if you're sort of in a place where you're really trying to develop your career and develop, like, if you're expanding and reaching out beyond what you're comfortable with, this Mercury retrograde is going to tell you a lot. Now, this first week in particular is, I think, the gentle part of the week, because what it's reminding you to do is connect in. It's reminding you where you've switched off to your heart, where you've switched off to your emotions, where you've switched off to your body, where you're not listening to your inner child, or maybe even your inner critic. We have all these little inner personalities going on all the time, but you've switched off to them. And so this first sort of 10 days, this first part of the retrograde, there's some very gentle but persistent connections. So for instance, yesterday on the 6th, I'm recording this just after the retrograde started, but the moon is in a conjunction with Mercury, and it's really getting you to hear yourself speak. And it's connecting you into your own story so you can hear yourself. And it's like, oh, crikey, I'd forgotten. I've disconnected. You know, like, we are these, you know, we see that we're in this world of polarity, or that's how it's presented to us, I would say. But, you know, we are flesh. And yet many of us recognize that we have a source that is beyond the flesh. You know, that we have a soul or a spirit. We, you know, do we die? Like, if you've been around people around the time of their passing, you know, you may well have experienced the idea of a soul, the idea that was the body that was left behind, but actually the real person or the real being is still felt. I don't know about your experiences, but I've experienced that a few times. You know, the feeling of connection to everyone. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'm just following what's coming through. So yeah, we are these spiritual beings in these bodies. And, you know, recently you have been ignoring your connection to spirit. You've been ignoring your connection to your body, to the divine, and really following what you think is the formula to make things work for you. And it's quite a rational process, and you can be forgiven for doing it, because let's face it, we're all on that racket in this lifetime, sort of making the sort of practical things work, and to the exception of the spiritual. And this Mercury retrograde is getting you to stop that. It's really saying it's enough. Okay, so the connection with Mercury and the moon is absolutely saying it's time to listen to your stories now, not the stories presented to you, but your stuff. On the 8th, tomorrow, Venus is in a conjunction with Mercury, and it's time to feel what your body's saying to you. You know, Venus is very sensuous, so our senses are absolutely connecting to us. You know, Venus shows us how we relate to other people and how we sense other people. You know, so we are feeling things in our body. Our body's talking to us about our relationship to people. We know. We don't need people to tell us if something's on or off. We know it. We feel it, because we have senses. We have eyes, ears, you know. So right now, our senses are being sharpened. And, you know, both the moon and Venus are internal planets. They internalize things. They're receptive. They receive. They're not pushy, like the sun sort of expressing itself. They're not like Mars thrusting into the universe. They are absolutely yin. They are receiving energy. And that's what we're supposed to be doing right now. With Mercury going retrograde, we are checking in, not checking out. We're coming in. And on the 13th, there's this very strong square to the moon. So it's Mercury and the moon. I've got a fly on my mic. Thankfully, it wasn't buzzing. But yeah, so this square to the moon at that time is in the sign of Sagittarius. There's a couple of connections, actually, you know, because later on the 15th, the moon will be at the end of Sagittarius in a square to the, in a trine to the moon. So in a trine to Mercury, sorry. But this Mercury moon square is saying, you're still not listening. Listen up. You know, if you ignore the emotions, if you ignore the intuition, if you ignore what is being said, there's going to be some trouble. You have to check into your emotions. You have to pay it some attention. That's not to say you need to be emotional. That's different. But you need to check in to what you are knowing intuitively, because if you don't, you're going to get into trouble. You're going to say the wrong thing, do the wrong thing. You know, you're not working fully. And I think this retrograde is to get you working fully again, because when you're working fully, your career will come forwards. I don't know where this voice is coming from, by the way. This is something is coming, you know, something is working through me as well. And maybe this is a message to me to be more full in myself, but because I am also Scorpio ascendant. So this is absolutely about you trusting the intuition, trusting the connection that you have to all that is, and knowing that everything is coming through you. And as you do that, you get stronger. You've been ignoring it for too long, and this is the time to connect. So it's a very sort of forceful message on the 13th, like wake up. And it's interesting because you'll know that you're not connecting in, because you will feel that sense of where's my value? Where's my self-worth? You know, that's how you know you're not connecting in, because all of a sudden you're questioning, how do people like me? Why would people like me? Do I deserve to be here? What am I giving the world? You know, all that kind of persistent back chat that you give yourself and put yourself down. It's time to stop that. Now on the 15th, Mercury goes into the sign of Leo. And as it does that, it's also going into a trine with the moon. And it's like, yes, you're hearing your stories now, because Mercury in the sign of Leo, it's not that rational. Actually, it's quite dramatic. It's like telling big stories, telling tall tales, telling stories with color and drama and real characters with really strong personalities. You know, the sign of Leo is meant to be in the center. And this is Mercury becoming really like you are telling yourself your own stories. And it's compelling. It's in the 10th. It's there to show you how big you are. It's there to show you how magnificent you are. It's there to show you how felt and appreciated you are meant to be. You're not meant to be ignored. You're meant to be seen, like the sun in the solar system. You're meant to be seen. So this trine between the moon and Mercury retrograde is there to say, oh, thank goodness. Yes, you've got the memo. You are here. You're arriving. Now, this is where things get really big, because this is the shocking wake up week. So on the 15th, yes, we're back in Leo. And at this time, Mercury retrograde is already in a square. It's applying in a square to Uranus, in the sign of Taurus in the 7th house. On the 18th, it's really square. It's exactly square. And, the 18th and 19th, boy, the astrology is big, and you can listen to my forecast for the month of August if you're interested in knowing more. I mean, it's a massive week, but this first square is really setting it off. Uranus is the higher harmonic of Mercury. Uranus is our consciousness. It's the consciousness that we feel, the consciousness we can all check into. We can all connect into it really, really easily. And for you, it's really showing up through the people you're around. Like when you're with people, it's almost like you can channel them without even needing to hear from them. Is it that you're getting telepathy? I don't know, but you can almost... it's like being around people is answering the questions that you have about whatever it is you have. You can, and you don't have to just put it to people. You can have it to anything, like anything that you're interacting with, anything of the other. The 7th house is about the other. It's about everything that's not you. And of course, everything that's not you on a metaphysical perspective is a projection of what you can't accept about yourself. There's a message there. That's a bit far out, but this particular square, this Mercury retrograde to Uranus, it's retrograde in your 10th house, showing you that however you have your career, however you have your output, your public persona, there's something that needs to change and shift. And that change and shift also has to do with the people that you're perceiving that are receiving your goods, receiving your service, receiving what it is that your output is. And you might also find that the people that you have relationships with are kind of shocking and impacting your work too. So there is an interesting dynamic. I wonder how you can get both of them peaceful. I don't know exactly, but the energy of it is shocking. To me, it feels like there's something brewing, like you're going to get a breakthrough. Now, on the 19th, this is a day of a breakthrough. Now, I've said it's a brainwave decision. That's really according to how much energy and faith that you can put into it. If you trust yourself and trust that whatever life is bringing up for you is going to work for you, then it will work for you. You will have that beautiful brainwave. You'll have that, there we go, and that relief that comes after it. If you are literally thinking, oh, there's a brainwave decision, then you're probably going to have a really awful experience of it because you're already believing it to be awful and difficult. So don't, sorry, that was a bit forceful. Just go with what is and have a positive feeling about it. Expect it to go well. Don't expect it to be difficult. However, it's big astrology. So we've got on this brainwave day, we've got Mercury in a Cazimi. So it's in the heart of the sun. It's lifted up. All of a sudden, we can really see our mental process, see our rational mind. We can see the frailties of it, but we can also see the genius of it. And it's the genius that is occurring in your 10th house to do with your success and your output. And it's like there's a realization for you. There is something for you to recognize about your journey and recognize about what it is you're putting out there. And recognize about the responsibility you're putting into the world. The 10th house is all about responsibility and status too. Now, on that day, it's a full moon. The full moon is the fullness of all the emotions, not just yours, but everyone's. I say that quite purposefully because it's also connected in to a very tight, exact square to Uranus on that day. So there is a tight T square with a Mercury Cazimi side. And on that same day, there's also another T square between Jupiter in Gemini, Saturn in Pisces, and Venus in Virgo. That was easy with the alliteration there. So we've got a lot of stuff going on, a lot of energy, you know, and it's almost crushing. It's almost kind of clarifying, because it's kind of putting pressure on us to the point where we might say, that's it, I'm going to snap, or I'm going to break, or I need to make a new decision. This feels too enclosed. I'm a child of, wow, where's that coming from? I'm a child of the light. There you go. I said it. You know, I'm meant to be here, and I'm not meant to be constricted like this. And I choose to feel free, and I choose to follow my freedom. And in that moment that you make that decision for yourself, it's like the pressures other people are putting on you, the moon coming from home, the 7th coming from your friends and maybe your partner, and then the 10th coming from your customers, or the perception that you need to do well in the world. All of a sudden, things just get very clear, you know. And from Jupiter and Saturn, you know, they're the 2 different forms of government. They could be the 2 different parties as they present themselves across the world. It doesn't matter what you call them, but right now it appears to me that there is quite a socialist energy, and also quite a conservative energy all around the world, with different names, doing very similar things all around the world at the same time. What are the chances? And, you know, are we led to believe that there is only 2 answers to the whole of life? Seriously, our savior, you know, like for us to survive and thrive, do we have to choose between, this is really strident, do we have to believe that everything is solved by picking one person or party versus another? I mean, that's hogwash. Surely I'm going to lose some subscribers here, but that is the kind of pressure that we're feeling, you know, being made to feel like we have to choose between 2 different systems that probably aren't full or wholesome. You know, for something to be whole, it has all of the patterns within it, not just half. You have to look at the whole picture. And this is the thing that I think you're having the revelations with, in terms of your career, in terms of your relationships, in terms of how your life is set up. It's the recognition that everything has to show up. You can't partition it off. You need the whole to be wholesome. You need the whole. You need to understand the big picture from all perspectives. And that is what this Mercury retrograde is giving you. So this is big. You know, there's lots of pressures going on. And as those pressures build and build and build, there is a solution that comes up, because there is a genuine desire from you, real genuine desire, to get to the bottom of the freedom, find the freedom. Now we go into phase 3 that starts around the 21st and goes around to, say, the 29th, when it goes direct. This is the time that I think is going to really be helpful, because on the 23rd, Mercury is in a trine with Chiron. Now, this isn't the first time Mercury's connected with Chiron this year. It won't be the last, but the last Mercury retrograde was in Aries. And it also happened to coincide with the time when the North Node went over Chiron. Ouch, painful. Mercury went over Chiron, retrograded back over him, then went forwards again over him. Also, during that time period, we also had a total solar eclipse. If I'm not mistaken, that was exactly on Chiron as well. So Chiron was a real big factor in the 2024 energy of spring. You know, it created a lot of wounding, a lot of recognition of our wounds, not necessarily extra wounding, but it made us aware of what hasn't been right in our life for a long time, and the pressure of it, and what were we going to do with it? All of a sudden, the emergency of I must feel better became a lot more obvious. Now, with this retrograde, again, another fire sign, fiery retrograde, as Mercury is retrograding in Leo, it's connecting in a beautiful exact trine with Chiron. Whatever was going on for you in April and the build up to, you know, everything around April time, it's relieved. You'll probably find that what is going on for you right now still has something going on to this. It still harks back. You know, these patterns are within patterns within patterns. And yes, there is a beautiful time to integrate your new beliefs. Whatever changes, whatever new decision you're making about yourself, from where you say enough, there has to be another way, and boom, there it is. You know, Uranus is there. If you're bold enough to say, I need something else, I surrender to this pattern. The moment you let go of something, you know, and say there has to be another way, and then you let it go, the universe, whatever it is, life, Jesus, whoever, and sorry to laugh after I said Jesus, that's not a slur on Jesus. Whatever you believe as being the organizational force, it might be you might believe yourself to be God, and that's completely okay too, from my perspective. Again, not trying to offend anyone. Whoever, that intuition, that divine guidance will come through. If you're ready, it will come through, and it will be beautifully integrated from the 23rd. And on the 24th, one of your ruling planets, Mars, is just lining up in a beautiful sextile to Mercury retrograde. So this is, boom, it's brilliant. It's really giving you the confidence, like you are talking with confidence, talking with a new passion, talking with a new feeling, like you're like, wow, I'm alive. I'm happy to be alive. I know my place. I know what I'm doing here. I really do. And I'm much clearer. And thank you. So that's how I see it coming on. And then obviously a few days pass, and then Mercury's going forwards again, back over this Cazimi point, slowly going into the sign of Virgo. And then by the 12th of September, it's clear, it's moving forwards again. So yeah, I imagine you're going to have many faces, you know, like the whole idea of this show is like, you know, there are three big phases going on, you know, this kind of puzzling phase, this flipping heck, my head's going to explode if I'm not careful phase. And then this, oh my God, I know. Oh, that's resolved. I'm going to integrate that. So I hope that's helpful for you. If you want to deeper dive with me in person, then just get in touch. All of my details are below in the show notes. But anyway, thank you for allowing me to do quite a far out reading there. I'm not entirely sure where all of that was coming from, but it's like I get into the moment and all of a sudden it feels like there is a channel. I guess I'm an astro channel, and I guess in the in the last couple of weeks where I've been actually wondering about my own voice and just allowing what is to come through, yeah, something is changing in me now as well. So we're doing this together, by the way. So anyway, lots of love to you wherever you are in the world. I'm slightly shocked and surprised by myself, but yeah, it's all okay. So anyway, lots of love. Bye for now. Catch you next month. Bye. Hey Sagittarius, how are you doing? So in this reading, I'm looking at the Mercury retrograde from as many different perspectives as possible, but I recognize that there are three main phases and three main sort of expressions or faces that you might have during this retrograde. Now, talking of threes, I'm also, you know, I recognize these readings are really built for the ascendants. However, I also recognize that wherever your sun is and wherever your moon is, these readings are also very useful. So, however, with a caveat. So what I would say is wherever your moon is, feel free to listen to that particular reading. But the moon reading is giving you a sense of what your heart and soul need to hear right now. This is a message that really goes into your, like, it's from me to your inner child. And if you're listening to something for your son, it's more about how you can express yourself more fully, like your gifts. Like the sun is about what we're radiating into the world. So listen to that particular reading from the perspective of what you're radiating. In terms of the ascendant reading, and that's kind of how I've designed these charts are based on the ascendant. That's based more on the architecture of what's arriving in your life, you know, what's really showing up in your world, kind of like how your life is pieced together, if that makes sense. So let's dive in right now. I should also say that some of my other readings have been quite strident. It appears that my skill set's changing somewhat. And as I'm going through this, I'm getting a little bit more talkative, a little bit more, I don't know, flippant, forceful, all sorts of different things are coming through. I've been channeling quite a bit, so I'm a little bit away with the fairies a little bit. So Lord only knows what's going to happen in this, but I hope you're okay with that caveat. So anyway, let's get going. So this particular Mercury retrograde is starting here in the sign of Virgo and moving into the sign of Leo. Now, the retrogrades this year are in the fire signs mainly. So it's fully in the sign of Aries. It'll be fully in the sign of Sagittarius, and it's partially in Leo, mainly in Leo, but it starts in Virgo. So these fire signs, these Mercury retrogrades are, I think, meant to empower us more. You know, as the set of them this year, they are here to empower us. And as such, I think it is useful to look back at the previous one in Aries. There are some echoes of it coming up for sure. It's also showing up. It's starting from this part of your experience, which is about how you show who you are, you know, how you're standing in the world, how you take on responsibility, how you have your output, how you deliver your goodness to the world, which is quite a big thing. You know, it's not to be sniffed at. You know, so your retrograde is really tackling your output. And by the end of this retrograde, there should be some changes to how you are outputting. Like, how are you creating? How are you producing? How are you sharing your services? How are you fulfilling your responsibilities? It's all there. You know, this is how can you supercharge yourself, and what do you need to reconsider? And that's what Mercury's doing, really. As he goes into the sign of Leo, he's reminding you that there are some very rich stories about your difference, about your expansion. There are some rich, colorful, innocent, dramatic stories about how far you need to go outside of the context to be able to create more, produce more, be more, share more. You know, so there is something very strong to do with the other, to do with spirituality, to do with beliefs, to do with philosophy, to do with law, to do with politics, all of that. The higher subjects or the lower, politics feels a bit grubby sometimes, but you know, there is something to do with the external world that really needs to come forwards and to be integrated with your output at a much greater level. And that's what this Mercury retrograde is working through for you on your behalf. Now, as we go into this first phase, in fact, we're already in it because it started a couple of days ago. I'm recording it on the 7th. But on the 6th, the moon was in a conjunction with Mercury. And the moon, you know, is connecting our feelings, our instincts, our psyche, our intuition to Mercury, which is the gobby planet, the planet that makes us talk, that makes us want to think about things, communicate, share information from A to B. He's a delivery system. So we're delivering our feelings. We're getting in touch with them. And on the 8th, tomorrow, we've got Venus in a conjunction with Mercury. So she's really in her body. You know, Venus is absolutely sensuous and sensual. You know, she wants to feel good in her body. She absolutely is connected to all senses, her sight, her hearing, her taste, her touch, her smell. Hopefully it's a nice smell. And she is really helping us get into our bodies. So we've got this, if you think, you know, the sun and Mercury and all the other male planets, they've got more of a pushy energy, kind of pushing out. Venus and the moon, they are the two females. They are receiving, they're yin, they're yielding. And so Mercury is being encouraged. Mercury retrograde, it's an inside job. We're not meant to be kind of thinking and putting our thoughts out there. We're meant to be internalizing things, connecting with our body, connecting in with our intuition. And connecting into our intuition about how we stand in the world, what it is to be an adult, what it is to be responsible, what it is to be a parent, what it is to be a manager of things, what it is to carry the weight of responsibility and carry the weight of our gifts and carry the weight of the world on our shoulders. Like Atlas, you know, we're in that moment of considering. And this first week is increasing our sensitivity to our inner voice. And on the 13th, there's another moon connection. So by this point, the moon has gone into a square with Mercury retrograde. And that square is saying you haven't gone deep enough. You know, you need to go deeper. You absolutely need to connect in your mind and your feelings So you're really, really hearing yourself. And by that point, with the moon in Sagittarius, it's absolutely at a personal level. It's at a body level. You really need to hear what your body's saying to you. And to do that, you need to be really quiet. You can't really listen to your body speak when you're busy as hell, doing loads of stuff, juggling roles and all sorts of things. Not roles like roles that you eat, but like all your different faces, your different hats that you wear. So it's big. And then within 2 days, as Mercury retrograde goes into the sign of Leo, the moon by that point is making a trine to Mercury retrograde, again in the sign of Sagittarius, really helping us to know that actually we are connected. That connection has been made. It's like we are now intuiting everything. We've come out of that real rational mindset, and we are internalizing it all. We're really feeling it. We're connecting into things much more freakily in a way that we're not used to. And by freakily, I don't mean to denigrate any kind of intuition. Obviously, it's a deep, deep gift, and it's so much deeper. It's so beautiful. It's amazing. So there is some real deep work going on in how you're communicating, how you're being in the world. And if you think of Leo and Sagittarius, those two energies together, Sagittarius is hopeful and optimistic and philosophical and spiritual and quite religious. And Leo is playful and crazy and creative and warm. There's a real warmth about this Mercury retrograde. We're not meant to suffer in it at all. We're meant to kind of laugh at ourselves a little bit and have a sense of humor and be a bit slapstick about it. Whatever we're learning, let's do it joyfully, So we're into this big phase now that Leo, we've got Mercury retrograde into Leo, and it's like us looking over our shoulders, because a few weeks ago it was in Leo. What were we learning during that point? What was going on when Mercury was in Leo going direct? We were learning about how we could be more self-expressed, how we were wanting to learn more about the world, maybe travel, maybe move around a bit more, not be so fixed, not be so small-minded. We were wanting to incorporate more of the world into our life. There was a real feeling of sort of growth and expansion and learning. And maybe you wanted to write, which is something that comes up at that time, produce, to share, to be part of this collective excitement, be part of something big that's growing and growing exponentially. So there's an excitement going on. Now, then we get to the crux, and this is where you might see it as exciting, you might see it as slightly agitating. I don't know. I mean, right now, Uranus is going through the sign of Taurus. In terms of how it looks in your birth chart, it looks like he's creating disruption in the way your life is flowing. It feels like there's disruption in terms of your energies, in terms of your body, and like when you rest and when you work, and maybe it's all out of kilter. Maybe it's all up in the air a little bit, and how you live at home, it feels a bit disruptive, like your habits aren't quite the same as they have been, and maybe your health is disrupted because of that. It feels like there's no clear, easy flow in your life, and in fact that things are a bit of a juggling act and things are a bit crazy, and it's quite exhausting when life is like that. And here's the thing, so around the 18th, Mercury is retrograde and retrograding into an exact square with Uranus. And in doing so, there is this kind of tension between trying to make your life work, really trying hard to make your life work, even though it's crazy and things aren't quite making sense, things aren't quite fitting together. And at the same time, having this deep quest to understand the world in a much greater context. And, there's this tension, like, Uranus also wants you to be free and to, like, he strips bare all of the hidden stuff. He lays it bare for you to see, where is the freedom in the way you've got your life laid out right now. And so this Mercury retrograde is likely to bring up this kind of real sort of shit or bust kind of energy where you go, oh my God, okay, I'm going to stop this, start this. I'm going on tour. That's it. I'm getting a tour bus. I'm not going to be, I'm going to be nomadic or whatever. But there is something going on that's shifting you quite a bit. Now, the next day, we've got the Mercury Cazimi going on, where Mercury is lifted up by the rays of the sun. It feels like all of a sudden you can think clearly again, and things make sense, and you might make a decision. And there are some factors that are going to be adding into this decision, because on that day, there's also the full moon. So there's the weight of the human emotions, not just your own. I'm saying the weight of everyone's emotions because it's also exactly in a square to Uranus, and also exactly in a square to the Cazimi and the sun. So, Uranus here is channeling, it's kind of collecting all the energy of everyone as much as you're open to receiving or knowing about. And you can tune into it for sure. I advise you don't, but it's like you are almost connected to the primal voice of humanity. Crikey, I don't know what's going on in the world around the 18th or 19th, but it seems to me that there's lots of people having turning points, lots of people, having these decisions, having these things occur, and then them saying, okay, something's got to change really quickly. And the need for independence, the need to be sovereign, the need to make a clear new decision and to be in truth, and to strip things bare so you understand the bare bones is really, really strong. And on that day as well, we've got the very first exact square between Jupiter in Gemini and Saturn in Pisces. And on the same day, Venus is also exactly in a square to Jupiter and exactly in an opposition to Saturn in Pisces. So we have got two T-squares adding pressure. And I think that is likely to make our decisions, our Mercury Cazimi, all of a sudden just get so much clearer. In those moments, you've probably seen these films, where there's a character and there's some kind of explosion, and, it's not just an explosion, there's also an armed robber. And on top of that, there's also a dog that runs into the road and almost gets squashed. And on top of that, the hero is also rescuing somebody, whilst also managing to catch his sandwich that he's just dropped, but he just saves the day. So it's like, those films where there's a lot going down at the same time. And in that moment, you could hear all of the noise of it. And yet actually what happens is there's this like Zen moment. I guess it's a bit like in the Matrix, where Neo suddenly can just see through time and space and go like this and like this. But what I'm really getting here is all of a sudden, around all of the noise, we find this moment of silence. And in that's the Cazimi, is seeing your sovereign peace, feeling, which really fits in with the ninth house, by the way. It could even be an actual spiritual awakening, but it's in that moment of all the chaos, all the noise, all the voices, all the feelings, the expectations around you. You are an advocate for your own peace, your own quiet, your own decision, your boundaries. And they almost shoot up around you like you're in some kind of Merkaba, like you found yourself in a spiritual bubble. All of a sudden you're like, enough. And the whole of time and space hears it. Again, I'm getting a bit freaky, but it feels like, yes, you define what is for you, and you really get clear what is not for you, what you don't stand for. Now, wouldn't that be amazing if on that day, everyone that was like a Sagittarius or had a Sagittarian thing just went enough, and then all of the collective BS kind of silenced? Wow. And could you imagine what would happen if like a 12th of the population, I know it's not going to happen, but I mean, it could, who knows? But could you imagine if a 12th of the population suddenly just went into this moment of utter peace and calm? What would the cumulative reaction of that be all around the world? What would happen? Oh my God, that would be huge. So, I mean, that might be what I'm hoping for. I might seed that into the ether. But anyway, the 19th, the Cazimi day, it's a moment for a brave new decision. It's a moment, it's a realization. It's a really big day. And so then we enter into the third part of this Mercury retrograde, which you could be forgiven for not knowing what the hell I'm talking about at this point. But this third part, there's the integration of the new beliefs. And this is where we are able to say, okay, yeah, I've made a decision. I advocated for peace and quiet, for my own tranquility, for my own elevation, my own awakening, or whatever it is that's happened for you. Now what's happening is we're going into the integration. It's like we are able to understand that from this new standpoint, changes are going to be made. You know, there will be new thoughts, new behaviors, new patterns, new feelings. Your body will reverberate with the new energy. Every new belief that you have will change your body. It will roll out. You know, all you have to be is be the new energy. And then as you are that new energy, everything around you changes. I know it doesn't sound feasible from a rational mind, but we're not talking from a rational mind now. Mercury's retrograde. We're talking from a place of passion and intuition and everything from, you know, everything hidden, everything mysterious, everything energetic, I guess. Anyway, on the 23rd, Mercury retrograde is in a trine with Chiron, and that Chiron trine is perfect because, you know, Mercury retrograde was in a conjunction with Chiron in Aries back in April when we were feeling the trauma. Now we're at this place of being able to release it. We're at this place of saying enough. And, you know, it's like Chiron is like, okay, I'm ready to help you release that now. So there is a healing going on. And then the next day on the 24th, we've got this lovely sextile to Mars. We're talking with confidence. We're feeling really good. We feel like we've got this new standpoint, this new calm, this new decision, this new ability to act differently and communicate that. And then, you know, Mercury goes direct and it will go right the way through this whole area where we've gone through these changes, almost like as you go through them again, you're just recalibrating your energetic fields. And then from the 12th, it's all clear. Now, I make it sound like everything is about Mercury retrograde during this time. This is a Mercury retrograde reading. Obviously, there are other planetary things going on, and we can read the charts, or I can read the charts from completely different perspectives and viewpoints. But like, life is not going to stop just because we come out of the retrograde, just like it doesn't stop when we go into the retrograde. There are loads of other patterns going on, like Venus going into Libra, which is going to be nice. There's lots of different things to be excited about. So yes, it feels like this is quite shocking and quite brilliant. And yet there's also lots of normality around us too. So anyway, I hope that's helpful to you, Sagittarius. And if I can be of any help to you unpacking your chart, then just get in touch. All of my details are below. Sending you heaps and heaps of love, and hope to catch you another time. Bye for now. So Capricorn, let's have a look at your Mercury reading. Now, before I get going, I just want to put out there that you can use these readings for your ascendant, for your sun, for your moon. So for instance, if your moon's in Capricorn, then this reading, if you can listen to it, but take it as a message for your heart and soul. Like if your heart and soul could be heard right now, if there was a message that your heart and soul needed, your intuition, your psyche, your higher self, your hidden self, your inner child, that aspect of you that is hidden, that you never really get to commune with, that's what the moon sign reading would be about. If you're listening to this recording from the perspective of a Capricorn sun, maybe you're born in the sign of Capricorn, then this is great in terms of listen to it from the perspective of you shining your gifts, shining your light in the way that you do. Think of it as, how to be seen and experienced at a much greater level. You know, the sun is about our success and a lot about why we're here. You know, what's our gift? What are we doing here? If you've got Capricorn ascendant, then this, I think, really describes how the Mercury retrograde is playing out in your whole life, and its specific meaning, like what are you working on in terms of your life goals right now? So you can use this reading for all three. The ascendant is the one that I think has the most meaning, but please do, by all means, if you haven't got your moon in Capricorn or your sun in Capricorn, check out the signs that are associated with your sun and moon and see what those readings give you as well. Yeah, so this is about the different phases within the Mercury retrograde during August 2024. So I really looked at the aspects and what's going on with Mercury and how this is likely to play out. So I really see it as we've got this first section that we're in right now. It started on the 5th. It's going on until the 15th when Mercury actually transitions from the sign of Virgo back into the sign of Leo. Then we've got the second part, the second phase, which is very much awakening, quite shocking. There's a lot going on, a lot of hard-hitting aspects. I think this is the one that's going to create a sense of a solution that's likely to come up for a problem of maybe some magnitude, maybe something you've been working on for quite a while. So to me, it feels like this is a game changer week, but one with quite a few tensions thrown in. The third part of this retrograde I see as integrating the beliefs, integrating the new behaviors, integrating the learning that you've been through. And then finally, and I don't really see this as a phase, but literally from when Mercury goes direct here at 21 degrees in the sign of Leo and then starts moving beyond the point at which it went retrograde, we really are getting the all clear from the 12th of September. We're completely out of that retrograde phase. But I see from the 29th of August, we're just moving beyond these existing patterns. So, Mercury retrogrades really give us this opportunity to reprogram our minds and to take back a few steps and to rethink things, rethink the possibilities, rethink our direction. Direction is definitely a Mercury-based thing. There's a lot that's going on during these times. So the first thing that I want to really focus on is what part of the chart is this really bringing to your awareness right now? Now, with your sort of Capricorn energy, what I would say is this retrograde is really starting from a place of open-mindedness. This is starting in an area of your chart associated with opening your mind, expanding your vision, growing beyond the circumstances of your life so far. It really includes an openness to learning more about the world through spirituality, religion, philosophy, politics, law. It's also about writing and publishing and thinking all of your thoughts and thinking them a step deeper and a step deeper and a step deeper. So you're always spreading. I'm actually in my head and in my eyes, I'm seeing a tree. You are branching up, but also going deeper into the roots. It's all about context. The ninth house is about context and moving away from this point where you're at now and moving beyond it. So that's where the Mercury retrograde starts. That's the condition of where your Mercury is right now. You're at this place of initiation, at this place of looking quite intelligently and diligently, which is Mercury in Virgo. And it's like Mercury's coming backwards. There's something else for you to pick up first before you can continue on this path. So, what does Mercury in Leo represent to you? And what is that bringing up? Well, Mercury in Leo, I think, is very much about the stories we tell ourselves. And it really, really does pick up on the stories of guilt, shame, blame, and anger. They're really rich stories that get embellished, stories that have almost had babies and created more stories and deeper stories and even deeper stories. The sign of Leo for you in terms of your chart is bringing up a place of transformation through real proud and stuck patterns that might be familial patterns, from your family that have gone on from generation to generation to generation. There's a certain pride or rigidity about these patterns, and they're rich with sensory details and drama and self-serving, not necessarily for you, but they are maybe around people who are self-serving. There's a really, really big theme of it. And so I think what's really coming on here within this Mercury retrograde period for you is that you're ready to move on and broaden your life, but there's a much deeper thing. You almost have to go back into the past, look back over your shoulder and think about these stories, these great big stories of romantic guilt and shame and blame and anger. And, because they've almost taken on epic proportions. They're almost played out in your head like a blockbuster movie. So it's a revisiting of these themes. There are lots of aspects playing out as Mercury is going retrograde. And then as it moves forwards again, it's creating this sense of release. It's creating some new knowledge, a new perspective, so that as you're coming into this expansion, which is where your life is heading right now, is into an expansion, in terms of your Mercury function, in terms of how you're thinking and how you're communicating and how you're sharing your knowledge. There is an expansion underway. So what will make that expansion greater? Looking back at the hidden psychological patterns. So that's what I'm seeing for this Mercury retrograde period for you. Now, in the first part of it, there's some gentle but persistent ideas, and like one of them's already happened. So yesterday on the 6th, when I'm recording this on the 7th, on the 6th of August, the moon made a connection to Mercury. So they were in a conjunction, and it was really bringing up the idea of our emotions, our psyche, our inner child, all those little vulnerable, psychic, intuitive sides of us that are easily crushed, like these little nascent little seed points, easily crushed. And, Mercury is the rationality of our mind meeting that vulnerable side of us. So we might have already started on this deeper journey of hearing what our inner self, our inner child, a younger version of ourselves is saying. We might have connected into our soul, our psyche. It's like there's an extra voice. We can hear something new. And tomorrow, on the 8th of August, Venus is in a conjunction with Mercury, which I always find a really friendly conjunction when I see it in the birth charts of people. I always think and acknowledge that person, somebody who's really skilled. They can hear and relate to people and share with people in a really lovely way. And so with this Venus and Mercury conjunction, what we've got going on here is an extra relating. So we've got, instead of communicating normally in a rational way, that's the sort of Mercury and Virgo way, we are connecting to the body, we are connecting to our sensory data, our actual senses. Venus is a very sensory planet. So we've got our sight, what we're hearing, what we're feeling, what we're smelling, tasting, touching. We are connected into our body, and our body has got things to say and share with us. The third aspect of this first part is also then Mercury in a square to the moon. And again, the idea of us communicating internally is brought up again. And of course it is, So in these first 10 days, Mercury is connecting to the moon and Venus. These are our two feminine planets. They are our yin planets. They are our receptive, receiving, yielding planets. It's not making connections to these outer energies, these more thrusting energies, not in a major aspect like a conjunction, opposition, or a square. It's connecting to the yin. And to me, that's an indication of Mercury going retrograde. We're not perceiving outward communication. We are turning everything internal. So the first part of this retrograde is to start speaking to ourselves, to start hearing ourselves, to feel the communication between us and our partners, us and our friends and family, almost like a psychic connection. We are deeply intuitive. We're coming into a new sense of connection, and it is gentle and it's persistent. So we'll get these little ideas. We might have these sort of awarenesses of what's not quite right. We might sense there's a dissonance, but it's all at a very sensory level. Then around the 15th, we're going into a new phase, which is, I think, the shocking, slightly waking up phase. It's quite a big one. And as Mercury goes retrograde on this day, it goes into the sign of Leo. And this is when the rich storytelling comes into play. As Mercury picks up the theme of Leo again, the themes of Leo, which is about being seen, about being heard, really comes to life. The idea of the playfulness, being central in a story, really comes forwards too. There's something about the drama of Mercury in Leo. It really wants to talk about these deeper experiences with color and a certain sense of humor. But in the 8th house, in the part of the chart that it's highlighting for you, it is bringing up these moments of real deep emotion in a very, very dramatic way. And so things are naturally picking up in intensity. Now, on the 15th, the moon makes a tight square to Mercury retrograde, really adding to the intensity. Sorry, it doesn't make a square. It makes a trine. The moon by this point is here. And so it's adding to the intensity, but also adding to the level of intuition that's coming through. It's really, it's almost like you are now plugged into a much deeper source of intelligence, like an emotional intelligence, a sensitive intelligence, not a rational, I see it, it's in black and white, not that kind of intelligence. You are turned on and tuned in a new way. And that's really important, because what's happening next is really, it doesn't have to be earth shattering. And I don't want to paint this up, because Capricorn, you like things in a plain and straightforward way. Let's be straightforward here. But on the 18th, Mercury retrograde has retrograded back and applied into an exact square with Uranus. Now, this is particularly strong because both Mercury and Uranus are mind-based planets. Uranus is a higher harmonic of Mercury, and it emphasizes the ability to channel, the ability to connect into everyone, to connect into humanity. Uranus is a leveler, it's quite social. And it's looking for truth, and it uncovers truth, and it destroys falsehoods. And, Uranus can be quite violent in as much as it rips apart anything that is false. It is absolutely looking for the truth, and it doesn't care if it's difficult or rebellious or tumultuous. And so, here we've got this truth energy and this discovery energy, this revelation energy that is absolutely channeled, absolutely connects into everything. And it's highlighting the level of creativity that you've got going on right now. Like the 5th house is about where you find joy, where you experience joy, often about the children that you have or might have, the romance, the sensuality, the ability to connect into feelings of love, feelings of passion, feelings of the deepest creativity. So there is something going on about the deepest levels of your creativity and birthing that also tie into, quite stressfully, tie into the drama of your life stories. So I wonder what's going on, because with this Mercury and Uranus square, you could have a certain level of self-sabotage going on for sure, or you could have a level of big distractions. You're creating distractions to prevent you from moving on. And of course, Uranus is super progressive, really wants you to move forwards. It doesn't want you to hold back. Like Uranus wants to cut away anything that's not right for you, anything that's not in your planetary pattern. It ruthlessly will cut it away. And Mercury retrograde, if you're not ready to take that leap and move forward somehow, a bit like the Fool in the tarot deck, if you're not ready to take that leap, Mercury retrograde might obfuscate things and cause a bit of a confusion. And that confusion might be tied into these great big romantic family stories of shame and embarrassment and like disasters and things like that. So watch what's going on for you. Now, as patterns go, I have to say that this one going from the 8th to the 5th doesn't seem as badass as it does when it's in the 7th to the 4th, or, the 1st to the 10th. There are some signs and houses that are getting a bit harder. But this is interesting all the same. I think there's a level of self-sabotage going on that you could get to the bottom of. And you may well find that the base of this self-sabotage problem is coming from feelings of embarrassment, feelings of not fitting into the family story, and not knowing quite how to manage that, not knowing how to manage back the expectations that people have for you that you have no intention of fulfilling. So there's a lot going on. Now, on the 19th, so leading into this, like the 19th is a really big day, a massive day. And if you want to know more about that, check out my August forecast, because, this week, the third week, second to third week is immense in August, I have to say. But on this day, you've got Mercury Cazimi. So Mercury is exactly in the heart of the sun. It's lifted up, and we've got this real moment of clarity, and it's retrograde clarity. It's like clarity from seeing things from a whole new perspective, clarity from looking back and examining the past, clarity from letting go of these old patterns and being open to a new possibility. So there is this kind of real sort of clear moment that can really come forwards. Now, this is also happening on the day of the full moon, and it's not just any full moon, because it's a full moon in Aquarius. Aquarius is ruled by Uranus and also Saturn. And on that day, both Uranus and Saturn are in T-squares. Now, so this is quite a stressy full moon. You know, in particular, this full moon in opposition to Mercury and the Sun in a Cazimi position, both of them, or all three of them, are in an exact T-square to Uranus. So this is a full moon with a sense of clearing, really big sense of clearing, a real big need to clear things. And if you're open and willing, there's this possibility to see beyond the clearing and claim a new belief for yourself, claim a new way of thinking, to have this realization or a revelation for yourself. Now, I did say, you know, Aquarius is also ruled by Saturn. On this particular day, the 19th, Saturn is here in the sign of Pisces in exact opposition to Venus, and both Venus and Saturn are in an exact square to Jupiter. So you've got the two energies of governance showing up in your chart. You know, Jupiter, which is the like kindly governance, possibly the father that hands out, or the government that hands out and helps and supports, versus the government that seems more regulated, that seems more antiquated, that seems more traditional. Then you've also got the ideas of a government that might restrict your freedoms versus a government that might want particular religious energies. You know, Saturn and Jupiter in a square are going to bring up all sorts of tensions between the old and the new, and the old and the old, and lots of different, you know, shades of in between. And they're really coming up and being stressed by Venus. It's almost like, how can I be my innocent self? How can I be my innocent self wanting to connect to humanity when it feels like there are these two big, powerful forces at work somehow playing out in life and also impacting my life? So this particular 19th of August is a big day. And if you can somehow, you know, recognize all these energies are playing out somehow and have an importance, you may get an even deeper brainwave like revelation. You know, there is something coming up during this Cazimi period. So this is huge. And this in a nutshell is the energy of this second part of the Mercury retrograde. It is creating a sense of drama big enough that a new solution comes forward. And it wouldn't come forward ordinarily. You know, it takes the level of complication and pressure and feeling like there's all these tensions. And that is what's creating the sense of opening. Now, as we move into the third phase of this Mercury retrograde, there's a sense of integration, and a sense of moving forwards, a sense of confidence, you know, in where we're going. Where's that coming from? Well, you know, on the 23rd, we've got this lovely trine from Mercury retrograde to Chiron. Now, just want to step back a little bit, because the last Mercury retrograde took place in the sign of Aries. And so, so we had Mercury retrograde, well, Mercury go over Chiron, retrograde over Chiron, and then go direct over Chiron. So it was pretty intense having these three connections to Chiron in the sign of Aries, you know, in the same month that we had the total solar eclipse. If I'm not mistaken, it was a total solar eclipse. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was in the sign of Aries, exactly in a conjunction with Chiron. It's also in the same season that the North Node and Chiron came into a conjunction together. So all sorts of themes of traumas were coming up, you know, in the late spring, and a feeling of wounding, a feeling of something coming up. Maybe it's a collective wound that's been coming up in humanity. Maybe it's the tensions of life and people are just starting to feel it. But to me, it felt like something really big was being released. Like, you know, whatever has been ailing us has been coming forwards, and we've identified with it. We've seen it. We know it's there. But not everyone was able to release it or get a sense of freedom from it. And I really see that this Mercury retrograde This time Mercury retrograde is connecting in once again to Chiron. This time Chiron is not so heavily aspected. And to me, it feels like you can work through those energies. There is this point to integrate. At least with this one, you've got the sense that you know what the next step is. And so because you know that, all of a sudden it feels like Chiron's kind of stepping through that gateway or portal with you. The very next day then, we have a lovely sextile between Mercury retrograde and Mars in Gemini. And to me, that's giving you the sense of confidence, the sense of partnership, the sense that you can, again, step through your initial problems. You can step beyond them, but there is now the feeling that you can take action, that you are confident to do it, that you have the courage of your convictions, and that you recognize that you might actually be in a whole new way of life. You might have made a decision that as you practice it every day, each day you start to move further and further away from your original destination. A bit like you might have had a particular timeline, and then you've made a decision, and then every subsequent decision takes you off in a slightly different direction. Over time, that's going to create quite a gap between where you thought you were going to be to where you are now. And so it's going to take some courage. But again, it's small positive steps, which I really see encapsulated in that Mercury sextile Mars. And then, soon after, Mercury goes direct again. Now, obviously, there's loads of other patterns also going on at the same time. So this isn't the entirety of the astrology. This is one aspect of it that I've zeroed in on because, lots of people want to know about Mercury retrograde and how it might play out. But I do see it as an opportunity to clear up a lot of upset, to clear up a lot of pain, to clear up anywhere where we were feeling unsure and unclear of our next step. So I think this is really important. As it moves beyond the 29th, we are starting the journey back into the sign of Virgo. And then as Mercury moves beyond that on the 12th, we're completely out of the Mercury shadow. And so, I really think that from there, it's almost like we've made the decision, we've made the adjustment, and we're moving on. So there you go, Capricorn. I hope that was helpful for you. If I can be of any other help, then please do just get in touch. All of my details are below. Sending you heaps of love as you go through this Mercury retrograde. Thanks for watching for this forecast. And if I can if I can help you in another video, then just subscribe and catch you another time. But take care. Bye for now. Aquarius, how are you doing? Now, this is a forecast. It is really an ascendant forecast, but I have to say I've been watching comments and following feedback from people and also applying this in my own life. And what I've realized is these forecasts, even though they're for the ascendant, they also have a real sort of resonance for the sun sign and the moon sign. So, if you've got your moon in the sign of Aquarius, or your sun in the sign of Aquarius, or your rising sign or ascendant in the sign of Aquarius, this is for you. Essentially, when you're listening to this from a moon sign perspective, it's really speaking to the untold stories that your inner child, your heart, your soul are crying out for. To me, it's about the hidden message. So if you are listening to hear about your moon, just consider that this message is for that tender part of you, that younger part of you, that vulnerable part of you, and listening to hear what little breadcrumbs come out in terms of wisdom. If you're listening to this from the perspective of the sun, then this is going to give you guidance on your passion for life and how you seek to express yourself. The sun is all about self-expression and expressing your gifts. So take it that way. If you're listening to this from the perspective of your Aquarian ascendant, then this is more about an overview of how the Mercury retrograde is playing out in your life. What parts of your life are being really highlighted right now. And how are they going to create movement for you? So however you're listening into this, I really hope you get a useful message that this Mercury retrograde is providing for you. So as far as I can see, there are 4 distinct phases. There are 3 that are really causing us to change our expressions and change our face from maybe a to a there's a lot going on. The first part of this Mercury retrograde, I think, is very much about gently going into it, to be aware that there's something to ponder and also to move inward. The reason being is Mercury is making, I've looked through Mercury's connections to all the planets over this retrograde period, mainly looking for the main ones, like conjunctions, squares, oppositions, trines, and occasionally, if it's a slower moving planet or if it's an important planet, then sextiles too. In this first period of time between the 5th and the 10th, the first 10 days, Mercury is making a conjunction with the moon. That happened yesterday on the 6th. And Venus, it's happening tomorrow on the 8th. Now, both Venus and the moon are feminine planets. They are yin, they are receptive, they are receiving, they're yielding. They seek to absorb the influence. They seek to think it through and feel it through in its entirety. They're not seeking to push ideas. They're not trying to force. They're not thrusting. They're not going, ta-da, they're not like, look at me. They really are wanting to turn the Mercury retrograde even more internal. So, if you think Mercury, when he's direct, can be quite rational, and in particular in the sign of Virgo, which is also, by the way, highlighting a part of your chart, absolutely to do with revealing old patterns, revealing family patterns, revealing patterns of entitlement, of secrets, of darkness, of psychological issues, of the ups and downs, the transitions that you go through life, the guilt, shame, blame, and anger and resentments. I mean, it's a real deep place of psychology. And Mercury in Virgo here is trying to be rational about all the changes that you go through, all these life changes, and trying to kind of judge them and compartmentalize them. It's quite a big task to go through and to undertake. But here with the retrograde, we're being asked to step back because there's something that we haven't quite completed. And so you're being asked to step back into the sign of Leo. When Mercury was in the sign of Leo, there was a lot to take on board, which would include the real drama that comes up in communications between you and partners and, just people in your life in general. They seem flipping dramatic, don't they? There's always something going on, some sort of colourful, sort of explosive, sort of big old to do about things, and with Mercury going through there, there would have been a lot of tall tales told, a lot of listening to these very loud people that you have in your life, these colorful, dramatic people. But it's almost like you need to revisit your relationships with people and the stories that they've told you to somehow get that missing piece of information that you need to be able to come back into this deeply psychological place and make sense of it. It's almost like you're Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, only you're having to go back into the temple of massive storytelling and big dramatic people to be able to go forwards and get that hidden piece of treasure and come out the other end feeling like a great adventurer in the ninth house. So there is something deep going on. Now, the second part, which actually happens when Mercury retrograde goes into Leo, this happens in, soon after a square between the moon and Mercury retrograde. And that is reminding you that, hey, you need to take this seriously. You really do need to internalize your thoughts. Please don't just be rational and sort of out there, Mercury. You need to connect in. So Mercury's had two connections with the moon, a conjunction and a square, and then this conjunction to Venus. The energy here is about trusting your intuition, trusting what your body's saying to you, trusting what your heart is saying to you, trusting your senses. If your body is reacting in a certain way, if you get a certain smell, when did you last experience that smell? When did you last taste in that way? When did you last hear that particular voice? There are all these sensory things to consider and follow. And also with Venus and the relatability that Venus creates with Mercury. Venus and Mercury in a conjunction, people that have that in their birth charts are really great, compelling communicators. They're great friends. They are people that are absolutely actively sought out. They are really lovely people. They are able to communicate in a way that doesn't deliver judgment, that they're really balanced. And so there is this sort of energy of being more in your body, being nicer, being so relatable that you can feel a sort of compassion and empathy with people. So this first part just before Mercury retrograde goes into Leo, is about strengthening your emotional intelligence, your EQ, your spiritual intelligence, your SQ, I guess, and not following your IQ all the time. It is about embodying it. So as you go into Leo and you're coming into this place of storytelling, Mercury makes another connection to the moon, and this time it's a trine to the moon right at the tail end of Sagittarius. And again, that's saying go even deeper into your emotions, find this deeply intuitive, deeply psychic place of fluidity. Keep your energies fluid. Don't have hard and strong beliefs. Just allow everything to flow. Allow the energy of feeling to pervade. And then, we are in this sort of very deeply softened week, where we are in this place of the seventh house, in this place of other people, in this place of othering and other people and other people's energy. We're not really in our own space. So Mercury retrograde is kind of, it's not happening to us. We're seeing other people go through it. But what that is us projecting our own changing thoughts onto the people in our lives. And then we get this kind of challenge that comes in on the 18th. We get this really strong square between Uranus in the 4th and Mercury retrograde in the 7th. Now, they're both people houses in certain ways. The 7th is about our partners. The 4th is about our family. And that could include our partners. It's the people we live with. It's the people we love in the home. It's the people we let into our private life. It's the people that recognize our stability. And of course, you've had Uranus going through this place of stability for a long time, really creating ups and downs and a restlessness. And so whatever restlessness has been showing up for you for a long time in the home, in the family, and the changes that it's created in your beliefs, because a lot of what you believed as a small child has been eroded over the years, especially since Uranus has been here. It's been eroding all your old patterns. It's been showing a completely different account to how you remembered it. So there's a lot going on, and there is this challenge on the 18th. It's almost as if you're learning something from somebody very close to you that is shocking you. It feels like the ground beneath you is shaking, and the people around you are doing an about face. It feels like, who can I trust? And if this is where my trust is, if my trust in people and trust in life is what creates my stability, what does that mean for me? So it's quite big. There is something going on with the people around you around the time of just before the full moon. And then the next day is the day of the full moon. And that full moon is in your own sign of Aquarius, which is ruled in part by Uranus. And the full moon, the sun, and Mercury, which by now is in a Cazimi, which means, Mercury is absolutely, sorry about my dogs, Mercury Cazimi is absolutely wanting to see everything really clearly. It's giving you a flash of insight about the whole situation. And it's all in a square to Uranus in your 4th house. So this is, I don't know what's going on. Excuse me 1 second. Whew. There's a few stops and starts going on. So yeah, this full moon is really creating a sense of change and a sense of, I would say, irritation, a need for inspiration for sure, and a need to understand shocks, and a need to create change for yourself. So this is happening. This full moon is happening in this area of your 1st house, which is very much about you as a person. The sun and Mercury is really highlighting everyone else in your life and showing that there is a big brainwave or a big new clear idea that you've got about the people in your life. And then your home looks like a place of deep change, like something needs to change, something needs to give. What do you need to change so that you feel better and less emotional, and that you somehow can work more in a more inspired way with the people in your life? So it's really bringing up something personal for you. And this is all during the Mercury retrograde. So yeah, there's a big theme. And also on this day, you know, the other ruler of Aquarius is Saturn. And Saturn's in your second house. It's also in exact opposition to Venus, and also is exactly in a square to Jupiter. So we've got another T-square going on with the other ruler of Aquarius. So it's very difficult for the Aquarius around the time of this full moon. And by difficult, you know, that could sound all doom and gloom, but it could also just sound tricky, as if there's something that's about to change, something that could be positive. It doesn't have to be negative, but there is something to work out, and it's something that could really change your life in a significant way. So use this information in a way to help you. If you're already aware of things that you're feeling tight about in your life that don't feel quite right, in particular, think about where this whole thing started from, this whole retrograde. It's starting in your 8th house, to do with other people's expectations on you, the changes that you go through in life, you know, the natural birth, life, death cycle, blame, shame, guilt, and anger. These are all the sort of expectations that other people put on you. So you want to work out what your relationship to that is. And there is something about this full moon and the Mercury retrograde and these T-squares and the Mercury Cazimi that's all playing into it. So I do think this second part, this second phase of the retrograde, is giving you the shocking revelations or the dazzling insights and inspirations. You know, these shocks don't have to be negative. They really can be positive too, or a bit of both. You know, sometimes we need the bit of grit to get us to move beyond that, you know. So it is possibly a blessing in disguise, and it might just be a lot of hard work and my dogs. It just feels like there's a lot going on, but potentially something really helpful comes out of it. As we go into this third phase of Mercury retrograde, what's going on is an integration of what you've learnt. And what I want to really draw your attention to is the fact that this is the second fire sign retrograde of Mercury this year. The third one's going to be in Sagittarius in December, but the first one was in April. And, you know, so we had Mercury going over Chiron, then retrograding over Chiron, then going over Chiron again, all in April, at the same time as we had a total solar eclipse going on, exactly in a conjunction to Chiron. Not to mention, this is the same season that the North Node and Chiron came together for the first time in 18 years. So, you know, these are massive patterns that have been going on, and there would have been an awareness of past pain and patterns coming up around that time. And maybe you weren't able to let go of them. But what's really coming up right now, for, you know, as I'm looking at this, is there is a possible solution. So possibly what's been tense and frustrating in this year so far, you're going to get some form of release on, some form of clarity, some way to move beyond that. So yeah, this could be really, really helpful. Now, the other thing that's happening a day later is we've got this lovely sextile to Mars from Mercury retrograde. To me, that's inspiring. It's giving you a sense of possibility and a sense of confidence and courage. It's like you actually know what you need to do now. It's not as difficult as you thought, or you've at least broken it down into small steps. And I do think that Mercury sextile Mars is about taking small steps. You know, you are stepping forwards. Mars is a sign of action, and Mercury is small, it's quick, it's easy to achieve. So I do think small and tiny, but positive and moving, you know, they are the keys to move out of this period and into a whole new reality. From the 29th, then, Mercury has got to 21 degrees in the sign of Leo and is moving forwards again. And as he moves forwards and beyond, we then come out of this Mercury retrograde phase. So I do see that this Mercury retrograde has built on the old trauma, to build on the old patterns that we were experiencing in spring. It's giving us a clearing from that. And it's also teaching you something about the expectations that you are happy to carry in life, and also the ones that have just got too heavy to carry, and the ones that you need to offload or share or have some kind of brainwave about. So I hope that was helpful to you, Aquarius. If I can be of any help, please do get in touch. All of my details are below. I'm really happy to connect. And of course, you know, have a lovely Mercury retrograde. I hope this all goes really well for you, and I hope to connect real soon with you. So lots of love. Bye for now. Hey Pisces, so how are you doing? This is a Mercury retrograde forecast, and before we get going, I just want to clarify how this can be useful for you. So I do design these based on an equal house, not an equal house, a whole sign Western tropical chart system. And so they're really designed for you as a Pisces ascendant person. But if you've got your moon in Pisces, I do, or you've got your sun in Pisces, they're also useful for the moon and suns. And here's how, and here's what I would like you to bear in mind. If you've got your moon in Pisces, take this message as a message to your heart, your soul, that intimate, that tiny inner voice that really needs a little bit of buoying up, that real sensitive side of you, that vulnerability. If I'm talking to your moon in Pisces, I'm talking to your vulnerability. So listen to it as a message to your soul. If I'm talking to you as somebody with sun in Pisces, this is really about your self-expression. This is about the gifts and the sensitivity that you've been given. This reading will talk to you about how you can bring yourself forwards a lot more. And, obviously, if your ascendant is in the sign of Pisces, then this is really an overview of what's really kind of coming to be in your chart right now. Where are these things and patterns unfolding? Now, obviously, if you do have Pisces ascendant, and your moon and sun are in other signs, and check them out, and remember that one is for your self-expression and one is more for that inner, vulnerable and spiritual, intuitive side of you. So this particular reading then, I'm looking at the Mercury retrograde of August 2024 and considering that it's coming in like 3 phases. And phases, like there is a particular phase you're going to have, during the first part, which is making you ponder. It's making you more dreamy. It's connecting you into your internal communications. And I'll talk about why in a sec. The second part is a lot more shocking, where you're more likely to be, alert and aware of these deeper patterns going on. Where you felt caught up and where you want to find release. And then we've got the third part, which is really about taking a step forwards and feeling a new sense of empowerment, a new sense of integration, and, moving forwards with a sense of confidence. So I really like that part of it. So it's this middle part that I think is the one that most people are going to need a bit more support on, maybe you as well. In this, and in the final part, when Mercury goes direct, we're just moving forwards with the knowledge that we've already gained. So I see that as a confident phase. This is just us continuing on. So the first part then, I really see from the 5th to the 15th, I'm recording this on the 7th, by the way. So Mercury retrograde is already underway. But on the 6th, which was yesterday, we had a connection between Mercury and the moon in a conjunction. Tomorrow, on the 8th, we have Venus in a conjunction with Mercury. And then on the 13th, we've got a square between the moon here and Mercury retrograde. Now, it's interesting. These 3 kind of slightly bigger aspects with Mercury retrograde in this first period. There's 2 with the moon and 1 with Venus, and they are both the feminine planets. They're both yielding, they're receptive, they're not pushing, they're not forceful in any way, shape or form. The moon in a conjunction with Mercury is really wanting you to hear yourself deeply, really, really to tune in. And of course, where that's taking place within your chart is in the 7th house. The conjunction between the moon and Mercury in the 7th house is really wanting you to talk. It's almost to relate to your body, relate to your inner child, relate to all those different sides of yourself, as if they're somebody you're having a relationship with. You might not be able to talk to your body or hear your body speak or hear your higher self speak unless you can almost see it as separate from yourself. And actually, what I see from this is that there is this connection again, that you're able to come together. It's a time of intuition. Now, you might have intuitions about the people around you during this time. And Venus, when she comes into the conjunction with Mercury here in this part of your chart, is absolutely highlighting how you're relating to other people and the intuitions and the sensory knowing that you have in your body. Your body speaks to you. Your body knows who you like, who you trust, who you know not to trust, who you really don't like. Your body tells you everything you need to know about all the people around you. And so, on the 8th and beyond that, as Venus and Mercury are so close in this part of your chart, you are being encouraged to internalize your usual outward focus and bring it inwards. You are absolutely being encouraged to connect internally a lot more than usual. I mean, to be fair, out of all the signs, you are the one that has the deepest internal process. But, we're all humans here, aren't we? And, we've learnt these really strong skills of rationality, which can serve us, in terms of having an organized world. But, where organization and humans come together, it doesn't always work that well, because we are creatures of spirit. We're spiritual beings. And so, this first part, don't be surprised if in this awareness, as you're relating at a stronger level internally to the people around you, that you don't have these knowings, these sudden knowings about the people around you and the situations you find yourself in. So this first part, it's gentle but persistent. You get these awarenesses coming up, in particular on the 13th, when there's a square to the moon, and the moon is at the top part of your chart, absolutely kind of asking you, well, how important are you? And you're like really trying to understand how to process your relationships, like Mercury going retrograde through this part of your relationship area. How are your relationships going in relation to your job? How are your relationships because of your career? How are your relationships with the people that you work with? And what does this all mean? These are really big houses to be highlighted. Your 7th house is a big one. Your 10th house is big. So a couple of days later, then on the 15th, we're starting to go into the next phase. And that's when Mercury retrograde comes into the sign of Leo. As that happens, there's a lot of storytelling going on. You are absolutely being encouraged to look behind you because, a few weeks ago, Mercury would have been in the sign of Leo. And during that time, you'd have been working quite hard to get your life quite organized and probably having very rich experiences about it, rich feelings, rich reactions. The sign of Leo is very rich in stories. There's a lot going on in the Leo sign. It's warm, it's colorful, it's creative. It's also making itself quite central to things. And so no doubt you'd have had a real strong desire to communicate within your home, to communicate, in terms of your work, in how your health is. You're wanting to get everything working really beautifully and you very central at, sort of at the helm of it, almost like you're the idea that's coming to mind, like when you see a pilot, a flight deck in an aeroplane or on a spaceship. Obviously, I've never been in a spaceship, but if you imagine like something you might see in Star Trek, when you're sat at this massive console with all these different buttons and you're at the center of it, you are sort of guiding what's going on. You're like Jean-Michel Jarre creating music. You've got everything in front of you and you can choose which sound comes out. The sign of Leo is deeply creative and absolutely loves music, loves sound, loves the drama of color and life and the different patterns of life. And so Mercury coming through this would have given you a real opportunity to see how your life is playing out and what's working and what's not, because when things aren't working, they get very dramatic. Now, as Mercury is coming back into the 6th house, having just gone into the 7th, to me, it feels like you can't really move forwards with your relationships until you get your life sorted out. Or you might realize that your partners are needing a deeper commitment from you in your life. Or maybe you need to go back into, the way you organize your life and create a space for a co-pilot, So there is something that you're reflecting on. Now, at this time as well, as Mercury goes retrograde into the sign of Leo, it's making another connection to the moon, this time a trine, also in the sign of Sagittarius. Again, it's saying you have to be absolutely integrated in your feelings. Allow your feelings to determine things, not just your thoughts. You are really needing to use your intuition as well. So it's your intuition and your thinking that are working, almost, again, like you're creating music. So I really love that analogy. Now, a couple of days later, we've got this sort of very challenging time. Now, it's not specific to you. We're all going through this. But this is an important one because, as we're coming into it, we get this really tight square between Mercury retrograde and Uranus, and Mercury retrograde in your sixth is really wanting to rework your life in a way that's helpful. And then this Uranus in your third house is creating a lot of excitement around your community, around your friends, around everything that you know to be true. Like your third house is the environment and context you grow up in. It's a bit like your family culture or the culture of your childhood, the culture of who you are. And so there's some challenges. Now, if this does have something to do with relationships and relating at a deeper level to people, it may well cause some friction because you may well find that your culture that you know and grew up with is very different to the culture. And by culture, I don't mean to do with race or to do with nationality or anything like that. In fact, I'm really, I might be talking about your generational culture, the culture of your immediate town or something like that. But it's like what you knew to be true as your context is somehow maybe creating a change or creating a sense of discord between you and the people around you. So there is this interesting little challenge. As challenges go, the challenge between the third and the sixth house are not that difficult to resolve in comparison to maybe a challenge between the fourth and the seventh or the seventh and the 10th. So you can take some comfort in that. However, Uranus has been going through this sign for quite a while, and the chances are you're more than aware of this feeling of not discomfort, but an unknowing about where you belong. Maybe the culture, the sort of emotional sort of childhood culture that you grew into, your context, maybe it doesn't feel like home. Maybe it hasn't for a while. Maybe you felt like a stranger within your cultural upbringing. But, now to me, it feels like there is a need to re-examine it and a need to understand it in terms of how it fits into your life and also how it relates to your budding relationships and your friendships and so on and so forth. So there is something that's stirring. Now, the following day, we've got the full moon, which is coming up here, really in your blind spot. This full moon is in the sign of Aquarius in the 12th house. It's really deeply intuitive, very psychic, very, very switched on. It's a moon in Aquarius, which really carries the energy of Uranus very, very beautifully. So you could really deeply channel during this time if that's something that you do. But this particular full moon is in complete opposition to Mercury too. Mercury is in a Cazimi position, so it has this brain wave, it has this surge of brain energy, this surge of clarity, this surge of brilliance and genius. So you may well be channeling something from your unconscious mind or from another realm that comes through the whole challenge of the full moon. So that could be really big and could really help you move forwards in terms of your feelings of health, your feelings of being in the right place at the right time. One of the things that's quite challenging about this full moon, though, is that the moon, the sun, Mercury, and Uranus are all in this very tight T-square. Now, as T-squares go, they do spell a certain amount of tension for sure. But you know what? I also think that tension is sometimes needed to create the circumstances we need to actually tap into our genius. I don't think people tap into genius unless they need to. Unless there's a problem to solve, why would a solution provide itself or come forwards? Why would a solution just invent itself? It makes no sense. I think I love the idea of what is what's best. And if there is a problem, then the solution must exist somewhere in the world. It just needs to be discovered. So to me, it just feels like this is the thing that is pulling forwards the new ideas, the new solutions. And so, yeah, I do see that there's this day for you to reset your expectations. Now, there is something else that's going on that could be a little bit shocking on this particular day. And it's, Saturn here is in an exact square to Jupiter here and in opposition to Venus here, really highlighting the 1st, the 4th and the 7th. And so this is likely to also bring up some difficulty, something to be resolved, which could also be playing into your Mercury retrograde energy. So Venus in the 7th is really looking for greater relatability to the people in your life. In its square to Jupiter, it can be creating possessiveness over the people in your life, and also a sense of kind of jealousy, a sense of maybe competitiveness, between you and a partner or you and somebody at home. And then, Saturn in the 1st also doesn't really give you the energy required to be able to resolve this. And Saturn going through the 1st can make you really serious, to a place where you almost don't want to be generous in helping resolve the situation. You can be feeling a little bit flat, a little bit underwhelmed. So, yeah, whatever's going on around the time of the full moon and the Mercury Cazimi, it's there to put pressure on you in such a way that your best side comes out and it resolves what you're trying to resolve, to ultimately, as Mercury retrograde goes forwards, ultimately to connect to your people, your loves, the people that you love the most, to connect to them at a much deeper level. So, if we could just sort of take it right back to the beginning, this Mercury retrograde is, creating a new possibility in the way you're relating to people, in such a way that you might need to create more room for them, which is challenging your sense of where you belong, and also giving a sense of challenge to do with what's yours, what's theirs, and also how much energy you've got. Now, there's something else I want to share with you, because once we get past this 19th, 20th of August, we're coming into a time of resolution where any of the ideas you've generated so far that could give you freedom and a sense of possibility in space, then we're coming into the integration part. Now, this is where it's also picking up on themes from the previous Mercury retrograde, because I do think they run into each other. The previous one was also in a fire sign. It's in the sign of Aries. And during that time, Mercury went direct over Chiron, went backwards in retrograde over Chiron, then went forwards again over Chiron. That's also at the same time when Chiron was also in a total solar eclipse, in a tight conjunction with that eclipse. Also in the same season when the North Node made a very rare conjunction with Chiron. So it was all about Chiron, from March, April time. There was a lot of pain that people were starting to identify with, and that does sound tiring, because, once you identify something, you've got to do something about it. But to me, it's part of the natural process. I really think that for a long time, people have been sat on their pain, they've been sat on their wounds, they've been sat on their trauma, and not allowing it to see the light of day, not moving it. And I think that's one of the reasons why 2024 has been so flipping chaotic, because people are starting to identify with pain, recognize their pain, see their pain, notice it. And that's all part of the process. But we have to move beyond it. We have to sit with it, understand it, and work out what it means, what we're holding on to, what we can let go of, so that, life can continue to move. This lovely sort of experience between Mercury retrograde on the 23rd of August to Chiron is giving us just that beautiful push. We can articulate where we are. We've got a real sense of the journey we've been through. We've got gratitude, in fact, for the journey we've been through, which feels very strong, especially for you beautiful Pisceans. It's a sense that there is a resolution, there is an answer, there is a decision that you might have made. Maybe things felt so tight that you said, okay, well, I now know what I need. I now know what I need to do, as things are tightening in on me and around me, there's nothing I can do apart from this. All of a sudden our answers get very clear. And so in that moment, I think there is the clarity. And then just a couple of days later, one day later, we've got this lovely sextile to Mars between Mercury retrograde and Mars. And I think, Mercury does things in short bursts and Mars is about taking action. So I see this as us taking a step forwards, a step forwards, a step forwards. Each step is a confident movement forwards. We only need to make our changes one step at a time. But if you've been going in one direction for a long time and you make just one slight adjustment in your direction, each step is going to take you further and further away from your original destination. And that gap can create some sense of loss and confusion, but it can also give you that space and possibility. So that's all that's needed, is to step forwards one step at a time. You'll get there. And those steps are really helping you feel more grounded at home and feel more grounded in life. Feel like you are clearing up the confusion at life. You're getting more streamlined processes. Things are getting clearer. You're feeling more rooted. You know where you belong. So that's all really, really helpful, I hope. Mercury goes direct from the 29th. It starts to work its way through from the 12th of September. It's clear. You're out of the whole retrograde shadow. Now, obviously, this is just one thing that's going on in the charts right now. But obviously, there's loads of other patterns going on. We've got the Saturn-Jupiter squares. There's a video about that. We've got the whole August forecast to look at. There's loads of different things. I haven't mentioned Pluto once, or Neptune, so, there's always lots to consider in astrology. And, it's your choice if you want to focus on the positive side of it or the negative. Really, they're all sides of the same coin. I really do see the birth chart as this map of potential, this map of possibilities, this map of the directions that you're going in, so that you get a renewed sense of health, vitality. You get a reset of some sort. It's just giving you something to focus on so that you can decide your next step, because that's all that's required. We can't sit still forever. When we don't move, when we hold ourselves back, it is like a mini death. It is important to keep moving, even if you can't physically move, even if you can't move your home, even if you can't, move from your financial situation. We still need to keep evolving. So there you go. I hope that's helpful, Pisces. So if I can be of any help, if you want a deeper dive with me, then just give me a buzz or get in touch. All of my details are below in the notes. But have a really beautiful Mercury retrograde period, and I hope to connect with you real soon. Lots of love. So there you go. There were my forecasts and also my ideas about Mercury. I hope you found it useful. I mean, these are changing times, and nobody ever said 2024 was going to be easy. And I really do think we are on a massive transformational journey. I know I've shifted a lot in ways I couldn't quite conceive of. But we're all going through changes. We're all having these realizations, and if we hold on to the energy patterns, when we realize there are new sort of ways of being in our life, we start to get ill. We start to sicken. We are not in our best shape when we're holding ourselves back. I really do think this year is about us all coming forwards and participating. I really think that if we can kind of find our flavor, find our theme, find our core skill set, and find out what we're really, really passionate about, like what is at our core, and we start to bring that forwards, I really think that's our survival strategy. As we start to realize who we really are and bring that forward, all of a sudden there's going to be a whole heap of new energies to work with. And I'm really hoping that's what happens. But anyway, I'm sure you've got lots of different thoughts and ideas about the world, just like we all do. I hope this Mercury retrograde brings up the insights that you need right now that are helpful. And I hope you're having a great time. And if I can be of any help, then just get in touch. Lots of love to you. Bye for now.